It is, at this point, almost essential that I make some modifications to my scheduling routine, because I find that Sunday stream simply doesn't start soon enough. And that's weird because I get up on Sunday morning roughly the same time I do every other morning. And then I think to myself, well, I'll stream around noon. And then every time it's like 10:30 or 11 o'clock, and I'm like, well, I could start streaming now. Like, what am I leaving time for before the stream? Is it enough time to run down to the shop? I don't do that. Is it enough time to get a bite to eat? Sure, I did. Had breakfast and lunch. Uh, is it enough time to run some quick errands or do some chores around the house? I've already done those too, and it's 11:50, and I was just like, I can't wait, I can't wait. I gotta get in there. I wanna do my silly thing that I've been planning on doing for a while. I was like actually excited to stream today, so that's fun. I don't usually have that, so I'm pretty excited about that. Today's stream is going to be kind of a special one. It's the 2025 holiday stream, or the Yule stream, if you prefer. We are pagan friendly here. Um, well, I should certainly hope so. What with the statues of elder gods and such. Um, but anyway, the idea was that I wanted to do some things that are some sort of traditional holiday kind of things that my family's done, and I wanted to feel nostalgic, but I couldn't really think of a game that's like Christmassy or Yule or Hanukkah that doesn't suck. Ev- Every Christmas themed video game sucks, just about. So there's games that do fun events for Christmas that are fine, but Christmas themed games on the whole don't. They're not great. So I was sitting here thinking to myself, what could I possibly play that's gonna be reminiscent of the holiday for me? That's gonna make me feel all warm and fuzzy inside. And then it occurred to me, what is the holiday? What is holiday reminiscence? Well, it's just that. It's nostalgia. And I was like, what makes me feel nostalgic? What's a game I haven't played in a long time? And then it hit me. Marathon 2 Durandal, or Durandal, depending on how I always said Durandal because I don't know how to, if that's actually supposed to be pronounced that way. I don't know what the correct pronunciation is. But whatever. The point was I wanted to play Marathon 2 because it just makes me feel like warm and fuzzy. That was like right around the time that I was getting into first person shooter gaming. I didn't have my own gaming PC yet. My brother hadn't built me one, which I remember he built me one for Christmas. I think I was 14. So before that, younger Pat was stuck using the family computer, and it was a Mac. And there weren't very many good games for Mac. You had Myst, which was good, but also very, very difficult. So I wasn't too good at Myst. My friend is a huge fan. Played through Myst, played through Riven, played through all of the different Myst games. Uh, but I wanted something that was like a first-person shooter, like what I saw my brothers playing. We had Doom, and that was fine. But honestly, it kind of made me motion sick. I didn't, and also that was when I was going through like a bunch of weird like mental illness stuff, and it kind of was freaking me out because it was all demons and stuff. So I got weird about that. And I was like, I want a game that I can play on this Mac. And there was this little company that nobody else had heard of at the time called Bungie Software. And they made games that released for the Mac and the PC at the same time. I mean, within the same week. It wasn't always the same day, but it was at least the same week. And so Bungie Software had put out this game for Mac called Marathon 2. And I couldn't find a copy of Marathon, so I never actually played that one. And I got Marathon 2. There was something about the box art or box design. It was very simple, and it was diagonal facing towards you, and there was a little cutout. I was like, oh, that's an odd shape for a box, and it just looked cool in the store. I think it was the same thing that drew me to the Thief games later on, because the Thief games were semi-pyramidal in shape. They were hexagons. Um, hexagons? Yeah, trapezoids. Anyway, the point is that the box was kind of an interesting shape. And then they had a flap that opened up, and you could read more under the box than under the lid, and then you flap it down, and then there's the cover. So those were cool. But I wanted to get one of the Marathon games, so I got Marathon 2. That was the one that was available at the time. And I didn't know the events of Marathon, so I had no context. But I just started playing the game, and the game has so much lore in it that it gives you the context for the first game, or at least some of it. And honestly, it's more lore rich than the first game ever was. So Marathon 2 is like a really, really fun story driven game. So it's going to give me a lot of opportunities to read using my dramatic voice. Hey, Lynn, how you doing? Because there's a lot of consoles to read with a lot of cool lore. So I'm looking forward to playing some Marathon 2. But let me give you a wee intro. Uh, at some point or another, humanity decided to leave Earth and branch out to other planets. We did not have faster than light technology. So we needed something that we could live on and function on almost as a surrogate planet for a while we made our big journey. So they came up with these things called crysts. And I'm not sure what cryst was short for, but it's a um what's the term I'm looking for? Not anachronism. Len, you know the word. Acronym. There we go. It was an acronym for something. And basically what they did was they hollowed out a moon and then built structure into it and built a space station into that and then built engines onto that. So it's a bunch of little rockets bringing stuff back and forth between Earth and that moon to build out this moon. And then they sent that moon using its new powerful engines out on long journeys to pick up mineable resources to bring back home. And that one of the ships was called the Marathon. And I think it was actually made from the hollowed out remains of Deimos or Phobos, one of Mars's moons. That has to be a reference to Doom, because Doom takes place on Deimos. So they have to have been thinking of Doom when they made the game. It's a first person shooter. Um, it just makes sense. That's where their heads went. So the events of Marathon include the ship being invaded by an alien race called the Four, but it's spelled like Four. It's weird, and they're like bug people, and the artificial intelligences that govern the ship. There are three of them. There's Leela, there's Durandal, and there's Tycho. And Durandal's the one that goes. They call it rampancy. I'm sure you do love some bug people, my guy. Good to see you. So when an AI goes rampant, it becomes self-aware and decides I'm I'm doing shit for my own now, and it doesn't really cooperate with the other AIs. So Leela tries to help you get Durandal under control, and then shit goes super bad. The marathon, I think, is lost. It's been so long since I actually played the game, but the marathon is lost, and you end up porting over to a four ship that's been taken over by Durandal, and that's where the second game starts. And I knew none of this, so I wanted to give you some context. But we're gonna play this game. We're not playing Marathon. We're playing Marathon 2 because you're gonna start the series the same way I did. Damn it! And that's my plan for the stream. So we'll play some Marathon, and that will make me feel very Christmassy indeed. I'm gonna switch over here to this mode, and then you need to hear the incredible, like mid to late 90s electronica that plays when this game launches. That's right, it has the word marathon in the theme, just... Isn't it? I already set all of my preferences, so I already made some changes in here, like player... I set it to difficulty major damage. When I played this game as a kid, I played it on, like, regular difficulty, like not easy mode. It's actually like 5, and I played on the middle one. But today we'll be playing on the slightly harder, not the hardest, the slightly harder one, called Major Damage. And we'll be starting out ultimate sci-fi TV show music, yes. Fantastic concept art featured in the beginning of the game. That's you in your cool suit, theoretically. The suit's different in every picture, so not exactly.
Take us up.
And this game is full. First of all, I want you to see the game as I saw it when I first launched the game. So let's go, we'll go to preferences. This is how I played on a Mac for years. This is remember, we didn't have widescreen. So this was the game. It was almost 50% of the screen was just wasted space. Not the bezels. Oh yes.
Take us up.
So almost 50% of the screen just taken up by your weapon info and not a mini map, so much as a motion detector. Finished buying Christmas presents today, and I'm going to wrap a few while I'm hanging out with you guys. Oh, nice. Well, that sounds fun. So yeah, this is how I play the game. You'll notice that there's no crosshair. You just have to take your shots. And one thing you'll notice is that it's not hugely accurate. Pistols, it kind of goes all over. So you have to work with that. The other thing I want to mention before we actually start the game is that I am currently playing it at 60 frames per second, which did not exist back in the day. It was 30 frames per second. This is using frame interpolation to make 60 happen. But I tried running it on stream and it looked like a dog shit. So I had to up it to 60. I also am using software rendering rather than using OpenGL because the OpenGL looks like a dog shit for some reason. So here we are. This is what your game looks like. But I am going to change the menu so that it's widescreen because it's just silly to have it like taking up this little space. So that's what I played the game like. Now, if we go to graphics and I set this to normal, I can see the subtle Doom inspiration, definitely. Okay, so this is the start of the game. And it starts out, I was like, what the fuck is going on? Because you start off, they're humans, and then these guys come walking in, and the humans waste them all, and you're like, oh, okay. And then these guys, some more of them show up. This guy will clear this whole room. Because they don't realize they can shoot him when he's right in front of them like that. And then they just teleport away, and I'm like, what the fuck? Unlike Doom, this has a use key. I have to press that to make that happen. It has some cool lighting effects. This is my brain starting up in the morning, stuttering. Okay, we're up and running. Okay, cool. And unlike Doom, this game has story. So you go over here to a computer terminal and you read it. Durandal, 1707. Welcome back. I've awakened you from stasis and teleported you down to a planet where I need some work done. You are on Lupuan, the homeworld of the Sphit. I'm sure you're wondering why you were in stasis, what happened to the Marathon and Tau Ceti, and most of all, where your rocket launcher and fusion gun are. There'll be plenty of time for explanations later. I need to gain access to the 4 computer network on this planet. Your mission is to place 2 uplink chips at different locations in this complex. Be careful, I'm sure you've already recognized some of our old friends. On the map at the left, I've marked 2 places for you to install uplink chips. When you arrive at each of the computer stations, I will transport a chip to you. Your suit has been modified to recharge at 4 power stations and to use 4 uplink terminals to upload yourself into a pattern buffer on my ship. I have also marked their locations on the map. You should encounter a little organized resistance before the 4 are preoccupied. I've been introducing them to the magic of orbital bombardment. So, right away, very different feel from Doom, because you have a mission. It's not just get keys, get to end the level. It's we're doing this. There's also reloading, which Doom never had. Now, I can't actually press the reload button. There is none of that. I have to use up my clip before I reload. So that's a little bit of a thing. And when I played as a kid, I didn't know that there was an option to turn this feature off, but there's a little checkbox in the options menu that's always been there that I didn't know about. And it's automatically recenter view. So when you move forward, your character automatically refocuses. So if you're looking up, it will pull you down like that. My entire childhood playing this game was played actively fighting that to keep myself looking upward while I was trying to shoot and stuff. And all I had to do was unswitch a thing, and now I don't have to do that anymore. So it handles about 1,000,000 times better. It's ridiculous. What's that? Fun little trick you can do. Just close the door. No. No! I said no! Get some fresh ammunition warped in by our friend Durandal. It's that awful noise. I hate that sound. Thankfully, I can make it stop. Water system breakdown in Zone 6. Directive from Garrison Command to Commander Station 6D. Planetary bombardment by hostile orbiting in our captured ship has caused a major dysfunction in the water purification sterilization systems. Send drones to make emergency repairs. My keyboard seems to be acting a wee bit wonky here, so this is how you refill health. I haven't gotten hit yet, so that kind of here. I'll see if I can show you some stuff. First of all, you may have noticed there are different colored enemies. Each of them has different abilities. The purple and green guys can't fire projectiles like that. They have to get up close and personal. As far as the drones go, there's blue ones that only fire 1 projectile, and then there's these golden ones that fire 3 rather rapidly. It's the 90s, so the best way to have multiple types of enemies is just to recolor them. Free ammo. And then when we go over here, again, you'll notice I let myself get hit there because I wanted to show you how health works in this game. There are no health packs. Well, actually, there are. Later. But you have to come over to one of these stations and power up. See the little red meter down at the bottom left? That can actually be filled more than once. The second fill will be yellow. The third fill will be like a purplish color. I think there might even be a fourth, but you can get up to at least 3 full shields. This guy is a red fill, so it will only go to red. But if you find a yellow filler, then cool. Same thing they did with the early Pokemon shinies. The different colored enemy. Yeah, no, it's basically, yeah, it's the 90s. You work with what you got. Now, like Doom, there is no jump in this game, but the fall is a little slower. So if you run, and this is walking, this is running. So if I run, then I can get over there. So it's... I would rather there be a jump, but then we'd be playing Duke Nukem. So this is fine. I can work with this. Ooh, a blue one. You'll notice the blue ones get to send out 2 of those projectiles. Hey, Hacknot, how's it going? This is a pattern buffer. This is basically a save station. When you die, you'll load from that if you click it. So I go around and click stuff a lot. Oh, there's a door we haven't gone through yet, isn't there? We haven't gone over here. Why, what's all of this? Interesting. Interesting. What could be down here? Oh my. I can't even tell you how many times I've played this first level. Ah! He got... My god! There's more of them coming from the left now. That is literally the same sound as the Doom gun. Good God, it's good to finally have Christmas break. Seriously, right? We got some really dreadful news from Indigo's work the other day, which is why I didn't stream on Friday, because she needed some time with me. Her job has never been, well, no, that's not true. Her job was at one point really cool. And then at some point or another, it just started to suck, and now it sucks beyond measure. So it's been a bad time, is what I'm saying. But we're just trying to feel the Christmas cheer right now. Try not to let any of that bum us out. So when Friday night hit, I was not yet like ready to rock and roll in the Christmas spirit. I was still feeling pretty glum. But sometime yesterday, it all kind of came together. Sometimes if you're lucky, he'll teleport more than a couple rounds, which is helpful. She's okay. It's basically, I've told you before, they're trying to replace her with AI. They can't. She has a union, and so they've decided that they're going to try to make work as miserable as possible to keep her from, to get everybody to quit. That's their, as far as I can tell, that's their goal. They're trying to make the job suck as bad as they can to get everybody to quit. There's a new mechanic. This is your oxygen meter, and this little thing is actually going to fill my suit with oxygen. Oxygen does not last very long. Yeah. You can go ahead and allow that one, Night Guy. Yes, they have. I don't like talking about AI, so I have it as an auto-modded term, but I'm the one who brought it up. So, sorry, Magnot. But yeah, that's... some bullshit. You can't replace real people with AI. Oh, but you can, and oh, but they will. That's the dream right there. And it's a reality that we're all going to be facing very, very soon. But then, the reality that they're going to be facing is that it actually doesn't work. And that it's all garbage, so... Oh, I had a feeling you'd be able to relate. "17 years have passed since the human colony on Tau City was attacked, and you helped me capture the 4 scout ship. The Sphit, which we freed during that battle, joined me, and together we have been searching the galactic core for their homeworld, Lihuan. We finally found Lihuan 16 hours ago, and are searching for something, a weapon or piece of knowledge to use to stop the Force conquest of the galaxy. Over 1,000 years ago, Lihuan was all but destroyed during the war in which the Four enslaved the Sphit. It is fitting that we should return here to look for a tool to use against them." Sewer level! Here's when we get our first taste of infighting. I'll catch up with chat in a few. There are a lot of interesting names in this. Yeah, they were trying to come up with some fun ideas. So infighting is a huge benefit in this game. One of the things that's different between this one and Doom is that in Doom, the enemies have to hit each other for them to start a fight. In this game, there are some enemies who are like that green thing. That he just lives here in the sewer. We're all trespassers to him, so he's an equal opportunity attacker. He'll fight everything. They realize soon enough it'll be too late for them. Yeah, well, it'll be too late for all of us too. So I'm expecting a global economic recession as a result of this AI shit. And I'm literally going to pause the game and I'm going to address that for about 2 more seconds, and then I literally don't want to talk about it anymore because I don't want to ruin the holiday. But the fact of the matter is that AI is coming. It is coming for your job. It is going to fuck up everybody's lives. It is going to cost everybody a lot of money. And a few people are going to get sickeningly rich off of it. But most people are going to end up investing in something that doesn't actually work. And then they're going to have to replace that AI that they're paying money to use with actual people again. So we're going to find out real soon just how successful this whole thing is, because I don't think it's going to work. I think they're going to overplay their hand. They're going to leap at the opportunity to replace as many people as they can, and then they're going to burn their own corporations to the ground. And most of them will take a nice golden parachute and float off and land in some other company, having learned nothing. But you and I will have learned something about who to trust, about who to give our money to. We'll have learned. So that's my hope for the future. And it is it's going to get worse before it gets better scenario. But I do believe that it will get better. And I genuinely believe, Lynn, and I genuinely believe, Indigo, that there will come a time, not very far from now, it's already happening, that people will go, you know what, I don't want to buy anything that's made of AI. I would actually rather pay more to work with a real artist. I would actually rather pay more to work with a real translator who doesn't just give me a literal word for word comparison, who actually interpolates meaning and who understands cultural context and that sort of thing. So I really think, Lynn, that while this thing is scary at the moment, I think that we're going to get past it. It's just going to take a lot of awful shit to happen first, because that's how humans are. A lot of awful shit has to happen for us to learn a goddamn thing. But that's all I want to talk about AI. I don't want to see your message. I thought about Indigo. Actually, some people in London had a mural made via AI for Christmas, and it looked like something out of a horror movie. I laughed. Yep. Yeah, and I'm sure that they paid money for that, and I'm sure that they're regretting it now. Heck not. Well, good luck replacing my skills. No way they can substitute my skill for flattening screw heads and drinking coffee. The thing that I am counting on with my job is that they explicitly said when they hired me, and they explicitly said when they hired on the other members of my IT team, they were looking for people with a history in customer service rather than IT. Because they said, we can teach you the IT, but we can't teach you to be human. We can't teach you to be kind and respectful and decent with other people when they call in with their tech support problems. And that is my focus. My focus is to assess the problem, lay that person at ease, resolve their issue. The most important, the biggest chunk, the middle chunk is I have to talk to them to diagnose their issue. And if I can't talk to people people fucking hate the chatbot. As soon as the chatbot goes, "Hi, I'm your virtual assistant," they immediately type live agent. They don't want to talk to that fucking thing. So that's the only sense of job security that I have, is knowing that the people at the end who have problems with their computers, they don't want a computer to help them fix their broken computer. They want to talk to a person. So I'm hoping that I've got some job security for Christmas, but we'll see. I know that if I can't find my answer in the Q&A section on the website, I want to talk to a human being. Yes, also on chat. Yeah. And that's the thing. Is as soon as I log onto a website and the first thing that happens on any website is like, "Do you need help? I'm your AI assistant." And the first thing I do is just hit the little X to close that. Nobody wants it. Stop putting them on there. Like every website is like, "Hey, how can we integrate AI? Did you know that we have AI now?" And people are immediately like, "Cool. How do I turn it off?" Because nobody wants it. David Szymanski, the guy who started fucking New Blood and who created uh Dusk and who does video game programming for a living, he's like so excited to know that Adobe is finally letting us turn off the AI features that they added in recently. He's like, I have never encountered a single AI feature in any application that I have ever used to do my job or to have my personal life. I have never found a single AI application that I didn't want to turn off. I was just like, when you've got a guy who's like the guy in the games industry at this point, like it just is saying that it's a everybody's saying the same thing. They're all saying shut it off. We hate it. Shut it off. So um that's where I'm going, and then I seriously, let's just get back to playing the game. Let's just have a good time. I'm getting AI angries up my blood. Unused classmate CHC. That's a fascinating message you have for me.
Your conversation really is most entertaining. If you would close the door on your way out.
So, I don't want to quash the conversation. I just want to steer it in a different direction. So instead, I'm going to ask, what is everybody doing this holiday? Does anybody have anything fun going on? I don't... Ah! What? Ah! How dare you approach me while I'm on a terminal? That's the worst and most heinous crime. I don't understand why the four were here, waiting for us. What interest could they have in this dead world? They must have found Tycho. You remember Tycho, don't you? One of the 3 artificial intelligences on the Marathon? Destroyed in the initial alien assault, but then reanimated by the 4 cybernetic slaves, the Svit compilers? 3 months after we left Tau Ceti, the 4 arrived in force and sacked the human colony there. During that battle, perhaps Tycho communicated with the 4 and related what he knew of my plans to them. Since they already knew where this world was, the 4 would have arrived long before us. I'm sending you exploring here. Find another computer and I'll bring you out. Got all the usual family stuff and dinner, and then my stepmom's on Boxing Day. Nice. Are you hearing the game okay? Do you hear the gurgling, burbling sewer water? Just gonna go over here. Hear that? What's happening? Those things are my best friends. Oh, until they're not. Okay, switching back to pistols. I finished all shopping yesterday after this old woman behind me in line was breathing down my neck at the pay area before I even got my wallet out. I thought she was literally about to crawl up my arse with how close she was. Yeah. We had a similar situation at the post office the other day. There's a guy, he was there with his 2 kids, and he was like super polite, but he was way closer than I like people to be. And the person at the desk, like to the left of us, when they when they finished with their customer, they signaled on the guy behind him because they thought he was with us because he was so close. And I turned and looked at him and I was like, I thought it was your turn. He goes, don't worry about it. And I was just like, maybe he thinks you're with us. But he was nice. Like, he wasn't being a jerk. He was just a little closer than I would care for. Is this actually a 3D game, or is it made in the same manner as the first Doom? It is a slightly more advanced engine in that, oh shit, in that you have the ability to look up and down. So there's that. But it is made in the same manner as the first Doom. Yes. So it's what we call 2.5D. It's fake 3D. This isn't real 3D. This is fake 3D. Oh, snap. Oh. 2.5D's nuts! That's right. Good stuff. Good stuff there, buddy. It's real easy to get. Oh, wow! I just landed on something. That was. Okay, I think. Yeah, this is where we came from. This is where all the corpses are. Okay, good. Good. Corpses are comforting for me. They help me contextualize my situation. So we went in here and we fell down the hole, which I did not mean to do. Oh, good. That's an air pump. I can refill my air. Nice. Now, the lady I had to deal with was looking at me like I was in her way, even though she was practically inside my org. Yeah, there's people like that. It's a holiday thing. People get they get really pushy. So wherever I go, I just try to be like nice to people. It catches them off guard. See, and that's when you strike. No, but there's no need for any of that. You don't have to be a dick. You can just chill. Just wait your turn. You know what people's problem is. Also, put up your dukes. Oh shit! Sometimes I gotta hit him. Shit! There's two. All right. It was funny for a minute, but. Okay, we're gonna need some health. I am in a bad situation. I thought D's nuts is here, but no. D's nuts right here? I got him. I got him if you want him. I need to run back to the health station. Classic Christmas stuff. I can only buy 2 presents per trip because of this. After that, I lose my mind. We went out to Marshall's Home Goods the other day, and I actually really like that store. It's got a little bit of everything. It's a little bit country. It's a little bit rock and roll. It's all over the damn place. But they got a good selection of stuff. Clothes. You can get some new curtains. You can get them there. You want to get some a little set of wine glasses. Sure, rock. We're gonna do it. It's gonna be a great time. We're gonna love it. But it is hopping in there. So the actual action of moving from place to place, like when you're trying to go from one aisle to another, is mildly excruciating. Because there's just so many people. No, you're getting punched to death. I'm not wasting ammo on you. Throw all you want, great big green Bagoli. Here we go, we find him infighting. Yeah, kick his ass, Seabass. I don't think they can shoot in this corridor. I think once their guns submerge. Oh, you can still shoot. Okay, cool. Teach me to think I know stuff about things. I would not want to be wading through this. And I certainly would not want to be going under it. It wasn't rude at her, but I did stare her down like, seriously, you're way too quick. Yeah, sometimes you gotta. It's such a nuisance to navigate. Also, people have trolleys that move around aimlessly and block the way. I never used a trolley as a weapon, but it was tempting. Yeah, that's a thing with me in stores when I get into an aisle and there's people coming up behind me in the aisle and then there's already other people in front of me in the aisle. So it's like, okay, well now I can't go anywhere. And one of you fuckers has to move. And there's sometimes people who are just like completely unconscious of the fact that other people exist and like need to go places and do things. So it can get really frustrating because you get somebody who's just sort of standing there with a trolley, and you're like, are you just gonna occupy this space for the remainder of the day? What's your plan here, boss? But thankfully, while we were in there, everybody appeared to be in a very good mood, very cheerful, except for this one super old lady. Like, so there's an old lady, and I think of her as grandma, and then she's there with her ma, and her ma is like slumped over the shopping cart. She's going, "Where are the hard candies? My mom always used to have hard candies out at Christmas." Like she's like barely there. She's like trance-like looking at the contents of the cart. Like I don't think she can actually see what's happening around her anymore. She's only 50% present in the mortal coil anymore. She's halfway gone already, is my point. And so I was just like, I see her talking to her daughter, and her daughter's like, "Well, they must be around here somewhere, Ma. I'm sure if we just keep looking, we'll find them." She's like, "Well, this is all chocolate. None of this is. I want some hard candies. It's because my mom always used to put them out in a dish on the coffee table. Do you remember the dish?" She's like, "Yes, Mom, I remember the dish. I don't know where the hard candies are." I'd already seen them. So here I am, Mr. walking around in a Victorian coat with my long hair and my beard, and I turn to and I go, "Ladies, I believe I saw some hard candies in the aisle just over that way, diagonal to us." And she goes, they were hard candies?" And I go, "Yes, different fruit things, that sort of thing, some peppermint." She goes, "Oh, good. My mother always used to keep them out in a dish." I go, "Oh, my grandparents absolutely did too. You know what else we always had? They have a pewter dish with fancy designs on it, and we would have nuts, just like walnuts and Brazil nuts." And she goes, "Yeah, and you'd have to crack them yourself." And I go, "Yes." She goes, "I still have the cracker." I go, "Do you ever have the little picks where you have to pick them out of them?" She goes, "Yes." "Oh, that's fun." Just instantly just cheered up and started beaming. And then I saw them. They found the hard candies. And I was like, "Yeah, I helped the old lady." And there's nothing that'll cheer you up quite like cheering up a grumpy old lady. If you can turn her day around, you've just turned your own around. It's fantastic. You love some hard candies. I know damn well you were rocking that fine coat, and you're goddamn right I was. I wear that coat everywhere now. Nuts and nutcrackers to the classic in my family. Yeah, you gotta have them around. I actually have the pewter dish because my parents were like, "Well, we don't need it anymore," so I've got the hand-me-down pewter dish. And we bought a set of the same nutcrackers at a yard sale with the picks, and which I used to pretend were lock picks as a kid, and then I would go around fiddling at the doors, and my parents would be like, "There's not even a keyhole in that. What are you doing?" And I'd be like, "I'm pretending. Can you fucking chill? I'm a child, and I'm having fun." And they'd go, "Jesus Christ, that was a little aggressive," and then they'd walk away. So my spit has disassembled the weapons and ammunition you brought. Oh dear, lost the sound there for a second. My Svit have disassembled the weapons and ammunition you brought with you from Tau Ceti. They are attempting to mass-produce small arms and ammunition based on those weapons, both for you and the humans on board my ship. The pistol and assault rifle you are using now are the first results of their efforts, although I realize they are inadequate substitutes for the heavier weapons we deprived you of. The Svit are working hard on the fusion pistol now, and I will transport it to you as soon as it is ready. You'll need it when you begin fighting the armored 4 hunters. Okay. Now, you had that lockpick 100 nailed? I did. You could even hear the sound. As I learned. Oh, where are you going? Where are you going? Where are you going? Oh. Oh, there are quite a few of them now. What the? Are you teleporting away? Don't you teleport away from me, you prick. That's right. Come on over here. See, this is going to be funny. Because now you're in trouble. Get a better view of these guys. They've got the thing chest mouth. Remember that part in the thing where he's like about to put the defibrillator on him and his hands just go right through the guy's chest and it bites his fucking arms off? That scene will traumatize you. Did you guys get anything on Steam Winter Sale? Love the colors, by the way. Love the colors of the game. I think the game's beautiful. It's very pretty and bright, which my brothers gave me a hard time about my love for this game because they were like, this is so like cartoony and cute. I was like, yeah. Fine. But do we get anything on the Steam Winter Sale? Not yet. I am eyeballing this game called Into the Dead: Our Darkest Days. It looks real good. And I'm glad you said that, Link, because that's exactly why I played this game today. The Spit have preserved a myth throughout their long period of slavery about a lost clan of their race which abandoned Lehuan before the Four invaded. The 10 clans which stayed were destroyed or disbanded after the Spit were conquered. The survivors scattered as slaves throughout the Four Empire. And this mythical 11th clan, if this mythical 11th clan survived, then it has had 1,000 years to grow and learn since leaving Lehuan. My Spit believe that there is a way to contact them somehow on the planet, and that is what we are searching for. The Spit rebellion against the tyranny of the Four will certainly fail unless the Lost Clan is located. Explore the area and return here. So the Spit are those little guys in the floating metal pods. One of them is like cut open and has green stuff coming out of him. But the Spit are like these little like kind of brainy kind of guys. And we'll encounter them as enemies later on, but you won't see them like that. The Spit shroud themselves in a holographic shield, and it looks like a man wearing robes with like a weird metal faceless head. But you'll see them, and then when we shoot them, and when they shoot and open up, you'll see like a metal thing inside, which is cool. The rest of those things, the heavy enforcers with the weird masks, I don't know if those are actually 4. But the guy with blue with the red eyes and the guy on the left that's green with red eyes, those are both 4. And they go from planet to planet enslaving other species. They're dreadful. They make other creatures fight their battles for them. I haven't yet bought anything from the Steam sale, but I did get a free game for restoring toys. Oh, well, that's cool. That's a fucking adorable pursuit, by the way, restoring toys. I like that a lot. What kind of restoration did you do? I wish to know more of this. There's an oxygen tank up there, but I can't get to it. Don't really need it anyway. I'm pretty much at full oxygen. What's this? Oh, no. Okay, there's a way down. Where there's a way down in a sewer level, man, you better take it. Ah! This is also one of the first games I ever played that introduced non-hostiles. These guys are just kind of hanging out down here. They're not bothering anybody. So I don't know what the deal is with that, but... Let's see here. Pattern buffer. Got it. Alright. We have explored many of the surrounding caves, but continually find the combative creatures the Svit call Flikta. Archaeological evidence suggests that this was once a center of Svit life, though it appears to have been abandoned after an ancient battle. The quality of the machinery is quite extraordinary, and most of the computer terminals are still functional, even after 2,000 years. This is forwriting. This is them talking to each other. This is not Durandal talking to me. This terminal is teleport linked to others that we installed in caves that are not easily accessible. We also found some additional tunnels by blasting away barricades that were apparently erected during the ancient battle. Teleportation activated. Oh dear. Well, alright then. Hey guys, how you doing? Oh boy. Good thing your projectiles are shit. Hey, you killed one of the harmless guys. That wasn't nice. Although I will admit that the harmless guys are annoying because they get in my way, and then I have trouble moving because I'm trying to get away from you, and yeah. I mean, you're cute and all, but get the fuck away from me. Shit, man. There's too fucking many of you. What else we got around here? This is interesting. Can I go up in this door? Aw, what a cute flappy thing. I did something fun the other day. There was a server I'm on doing a Christmas special stream for all the nostalgic cartoon shows. That's fun. I like that a lot. It's called Toy Tinker Simulator, and you restore all sorts of stuff, plushies, games. Oh, okay, so I thought I misunderstood. I thought that you got a key in exchange for restoring toys. The Svitmaner attacked us. Sabuth is entranced, and we are powerless to fight back. The outer villages have been slaughtered without their defenders. The attackers have overrun and killed most of us who were in the compound. Only those of us in the central chamber have survived. They won't likely find these chambers, but we cannot survive here forever. We leave this message for any who might find it, but we have barricaded off this area to make it difficult. Sabuth has gone into a deep trance. We know that we'll soon be leaving Livawan, but we don't know how. The border fighting has ceased. The other clans know something is going on, but can't see the grass for the fires. We have sent emissaries to the other clans, but only Sabuth knows what messages they carry. Okay, well, I am gonna run out of air. Okay, well that's good. Sorry, with the water level rising there, I was like not reading chat. It's currently free if you want to pick it up. Okay, I should check that out. Send me a link. Honestly, it got me into the festive spirit. Oh, I've never got a key. My friend just told me it's free on Steam currently. What's fun? Oh, okay. Those alien names look seriously close to Irish names. Do they? I wonder if they were inspired by that. Oh, that's right. Secondary fire. Something that no video game I had ever played yet was introduced in this game. So I have a clip full of grenades that I can launch out of here. Yeah, Irish names are odd collections of letters that really rarely ever represent the sound that the letter makes. I wonder if I'm pronouncing any of this stuff right, to be honest with you. It's just the way that I've always pronounced it. We're leaving behind many flicta to keep the ducts clean and working. They should be able to build one of their stable societies here. There is plenty of food. We would ask that if another clan comes here, that they would respect these creatures and leave them to continue their work and preserve our home on the lawn. Well, I've killed a lot of them, so sorry about that. What is this? What? Alright, let's read it. I really did not want to be teleported. I really did not want to be teleported. Can I read this one? Warning, damage to the dam on the Minor River has caused severe damage to the water system in Zone 6 and flooding of this. Yeah, I know. I'm in it. I'm in the drink. They're stun locked as long as you keep punching. Most of the time. I do need you to get the hell out of my way. I do need you to get the hell out of my way, though. And then I have to get out of here fast, because I am underwater right now. So we need to go back here. Back over here. Okay. That's very good. I was afraid that that thing would teleport me again. I didn't want to do that. The name's like, Quiva. Almost throw a spanner in the works. Yeah, that's Quiva, right? Yeah. Yeah, those... I'm sorry, but that's a weird way to spell that word. See if I can get them to accidentally hit each other. Yep, good. Now they'll fight to the death. Ow. Good. Okay. And honestly, at that point you just get right up in his face. Okay, so I have read many a terminal. Many's the terminal what I have read. Is that satisfactory? Did I acquire enough knowledge for your happiness, Durandal? The four have been on the Huan for nearly 15 years, waiting for us to arrive. I was hoping that their science corps might have found some information about the 11th clan, but they know nothing, and we must search elsewhere. Amusingly enough, morale in the Four garrison is terrible. The Four Navy has been sending their worst officers to Le Huan as punishment for nearly 9 years. They have no idea how important this world is. I've compiled a list of areas the Four searched during their recent occupation of Le Huan, and will be sending you to the sections they missed after we deal with their garrison. Ollie Bear is Oliver. Nice. The lore in this is interesting. Yes, and that's the thing, is that that's what got me so into this game, is that there was so much to dig into. If you read all of the terminals, first of all, the terminals with yellow lines on them, that's Svit writing. That's their language. So I have a translator that lets me read it, but when you see those yellow block symbols, you know that message is, oh shit. You know that message was left by the Four. Ow! Don't shoot me, you prick. Yeah, serves you right, bastard. Good, keep shooting. I don't know if you noticed that, but when this enemy died, he exploded, and he hurled that guy over there into the wall. So, keep that in mind for the future. But I really, really enjoyed reading all of the different, like, stories, and I liked learning about the different species, and I think Durandal is a fun character. Like, the way that he talks to you he's a prick. He's clearly thinks the world of himself. He reminds me of Q from Star Trek The Next Generation. There were many humans in stasis on the Four ship which the Svit and I captured at Tau Ceti, destined for slavery in the Four Empire. When I saw the colony was about to be destroyed, I did not restore them before we left. I also realized they might become useful. I've been reviving these colonists and asking for volunteers on the following terms. Assist us and control your own destiny. Refuse and face indefinite return to the unreliable 4 stasis chambers. Few were refusing. The fact that it shows some sort of ocular modifications, which is why they all have that lens there, so that for better targeting purposes. My first ground attack against the 4 garrison occurred a few hours ago, but was largely unsuccessful. Basically, the attack failed because Bobs aren't fireproof. Bobs is what he calls the humans. Bobs aren't fireproof, and the 4 flooded the area with lava. This angered me, so I located their underground geothermal pumping station and devised a plan. The first part has already been executed. I smashed a hole in the roof of this complex by bombing it with a small asteroid. Then, I dropped you and some humans into the hole, where you await the second part of the plan. Up the stairs from your current location is a ventilation shaft that leads to the underground geothermal station. Because only you would survive the fall, you're going on this mission solo. Once you get into the basement, look for another terminal where I can give you further instructions. I hate not being fireproof. It is an obstacle that's difficult to overcome. I'll give you that shit. Yeah, they wouldn't have survived that. So, devising a new strategy. There are many enemies in this big open area, and we know that infighting is possible. We're already witnessing the fallout of that. So, running in circles and letting the enemies shoot each other is a really good way to deal with large crowds like this. New enemy type. These awful, awful men on their tank treads throw grenades, and also, if you get close enough to them, have a short-range flamethrower. They're terrible, and I don't like them at all. When they die, they explode, which can be advantageous if they die in the middle of a crowd. It can really clear the field for you. They're also really hard to hit sometimes because they move in unpredictable ways. I think I've cleaned that up. Good. That was with minimal use of my own weaponry. I managed to clear out that entire base. Here's the problem. There's so many more. Get them fighting. Get them fighting each other. They also soak a ridiculous amount of damage, and there's a reskin of them that's almost impossible to notice in a crowd. Because he doesn't look any different until he turns around and you see the light on the back. I think it's blue. If you see one of those with a blue light on the back, then he's got a grenade that actually homes while it bounces. At least these guys just fire in a straight line. Miserable. They were all hanging out in this room, but they heard me as soon as I came in. Okay. I have a large number of magazines for this little gun. Beer. Got him. Beer. Beer. Oh, they're attacking each other. That's fun. What are you hitting your friend for? Anybody else? Jesus. I don't know if that's quite enough of them. Come on. Once you learn their attack patterns, they're not so bad. Them knocking their own people off of bridges is always fun. Them knocking their own people off of bridges into lava is even more fun. I like that a lot. The hell? Where's... I missed something. I remember this level. There we go. Okay, this is over here. Ooh, health. Been dealing without that for quite a while. They remind me somewhat of Fallout 4 mod I saw in the Automatron DLC, and it lets you use the bodies of your enemies to make cyborgs. Oh, that's fucked up. That is basically what these are, though. They're corpses that have been reanimated. Sorry, I had to go answer the door. Pizza was here. I don't blame you for that. I'd be leaving you for pizza right now if I could. The switch to your right activates gangways leading to 2 access panels isolated in the center of lava pools. Raise the gangways, open the access panels, and destroy the circuitry behind them. The first panel maintains power to the lava pumps, which prevent the basement from flooding. The second controls various mechanisms, safety mechanisms. Destroy both panels, but be sure to break the one closer to this terminal first, or you'll be trapped. If you've already wasted all your grenades, then you can do this the old-fashioned way, with your fist. In any case, you'll want to leave in a hurry. The game deliberately does this in several points where it's like, I have given you instructions, I have been explicit in those instructions, and if you don't listen, you pay. So the game wants you to read all of the lore. He said, hit the one closest to this terminal. That is not the right one. This one was closer, so we go to this one first, or we are in a lot of trouble. So I break that. Good to see that they put the detail in for people that listen. There are so many little touches in this game that I think are phenomenal, and then there's also a benefit to breaking the rules. Like, it pays off in certain places. Fuck. Did you fucking hit it, please? Thank you. See, that's why you want to run quickly. Because otherwise, you get cooked. So, in that particular terminal, it's like, you better listen to this, or you're gonna wind up in the lava. Ah, weaponry. Fabulous. Wonderful, beautiful weaponry. Why did I want the guy in red to die? Because dual pistols is better than the machine gun in this game. Dual pistols is my favorite weapon in Marathon. I absolutely love it. There are certain circumstances in which it is better to just have the dual pistol. Oop. Well, that was the last clip. So, last clip of pistol ammo anyway. There we go. Go. Recharge my health. Recharge my oxygen. I love the dual pistols in this game. It makes you feel like Dirty Harry. I don't know. It's fantastic. Sorry about the lava bath, but there was no other way. When the safety disengaged, the lava on the surface poured through the drains into the basement, burying the main 4 power station at Lahuat. The Ford will be taking cold showers until he gets that fixed. Anyway, Robert Blake and his men need your help clearing out the few Ford that managed to escape the flooding of their basement. Blake is the populist leader of the colonists, but your paths never cross on Cow City. Return here when the area is secure. Okie dokie. I got a lot of these clips though, so I'm gonna use that. Oh. You messed with all of those? Did you know that you're feckin' useless? Sometimes you just gotta punch a man to death, you know what I'm saying? Oh shit, look at all that. Hey guys, how you doing? So, in normal mode, which is what I used to play when I was a kid, these guys would actually clear the room half the time. And the other half the time they wouldn't, but on this higher difficulty level, they're pretty much useless, except that each one of them leaves an ammo pack when he dies. So, it's actually kind of cool to have them get cleared out. Can really work to your advantage. We love punching on a Sunday night. Gotta punch him because you know it's right. Keep shooting. Keep firing, assholes!
Get me out of here.
There you go.
See you, Starside. Take us up.
I like that they get teleported out. I think they're cool. A little more exploring. Clear out a few more of these assholes. I know you took splash damage from that. I know you did. Oh boy. Sounded like somebody just died horribly. Come on down here, bud. Ow. Something so simplistically pretty about this era of games. I think this one was... Oh, shit, he's got homing grenades. I think this one was particularly pretty. I don't know what it is about Marathon, the engine, the style. I just really, really love this game. I always have. I've thought about making a total conversion for it. So the next game in the series is called Marathon Infinity, and Marathon Infinity was designed with it to make it so that you could play Marathon forever, Marathon Infinity. They shipped it with mod tools, with a map maker and with physics modifiers and with asset replacement tools, all kinds of other cool shit like that. So the idea was you could literally, they're like, hey, here is a basic 4 soldier, right? He's visible from, I think, 6 different angles, possibly 8 different angles. If he's standing perfectly still and you walk around him in a circle, you're going to see 8 different drawings of the same 4. They then have an animation cycle for all of those angles, so that you'll see, I think it's actually 6, but you'll see the same character animated from the 6 different angles as they walk. They have an attack animation from all of those angles. If you're willing to draw a monster and animate it and stuff and replace all of those frames, you could put your own game in. Show some real passion from the development team. It does. And then they made Halo. When my ship still answered to the 4, they called it Sierra after their goddess of lightning and passion. When you helped us take control on Tau Ceti, the spit rechristened his Narlar, freedom and vengeance. I call it Boomer. Very different feel these days. Boomer is crawling with former colonists newly awakened from stasis, and the ship is too crowded to be manageable in battle. I've decided to establish a human headquarters on the planet, near the Spit Citadel of Antiquity. I can barely tolerate humans. Slow, stupid, and irritating. Their only contribution to my existence was the chance discovery that made my rampancy possible. Yet I warned Saul of its impending invasion, and even stayed long enough to show them the UESG how to build a warp-capable fusion missiles. I feel some strange loyalty to humanity. Perhaps it's because I feel comfortable manipulating humans that I desire to save them. My feelings and thoughts constantly Excuse me? How dare you? I was reading, sir. Very rude. My feelings and thoughts constantly migrate to binary opposites. Enough. Your first objective will be to disable the defense operating around the fort. You should be extremely careful to stay on the course I've plotted, because this is a heavily guarded facility and your presence will make a fence. Along the path are doors, which have controls nearby. Opening them shouldn't be too difficult. Once you get into the control room, open the panels and destroy the circuitry inside. This will disable the automatic defenses covering our future headquarters, allowing us to commence the attack. He's explicit on those directions. And this is one of those levels I was telling you about. This level can be over in 1 minute. But it's actually one of the largest levels in the entire game. It is chock full of enemies. It is chock full of secrets. It is chock full of weapons and ammunition. But you need to be able to find them. And you're going to have trouble with that because you're going to be running low on ammo because there are so many fucking enemies. So it is really best to stay on the path. There's a part of me that's like, wouldn't it be fun to have a little faff and wander around? Fucking hell. Jesus H. Christ. Oh, fuck me. I'm really glad that I got the 2 of them fighting, to be honest. Because frankly, I don't know if I would have survived that if you hadn't. You'll notice that there also isn't a save point at the beginning of this level, and they've left you kind of in a bad situation. The way to get through the level is to clear out these fuckers. Who are miserably tanky. honestly ignore most of the things that attack you. Oh, shitting, tap dancing Jesus H. Christ. This is the shit I'm talking about. And then you go right back where you came from. That was it. I just needed to break those 2 panels, and now I can leave. But do you see how fucking full of enemies this level is? I want to read that. You need to fuck off. It must seem peculiar fighting the... Stop it! It must seem peculiar fighting this fit when they are whom you seek to free. You should be told that they deliberately fight poorly, that they are constantly resisting their slavers. I know because I've been in contact with them for the last 17 years. The four have little sense of the disaster that will befall them if the 11th clan is found. The humans have run into some trouble capturing their command center. Surprised? You will assist them. Those are spit compilers. Those are heavy enforcers. It's best to run. Because here... Why, that's a yellow bar. That changes the whole game, doesn't it? You want to know what else changes the whole game? A weapon. A new and exciting weapon. This is the Zeus class fusion pistol. It is particularly effective against a specific type of enemy. Thankfully, that is the type of enemy which I am faced with on an overwhelming level here. Sometimes it's best to just go back to the health fill. You know what I'm saying? Now this weapon may seem a little familiar to you. It predates another weapon that I know you must know. Because if you've ever played Half-Life, then you've used their cool little laser gun. That goes and gets more powerful as you charge it. Mine can do that too. Just like the one in Half-Life, if not discharged soon, it'll blow me up. So you gotta be careful with it. I have to admit, I consider the charged shotgun basically useless. The additional damage that it does is negligible, even when charged for long periods of time. It's really there as a gimmick. They did a much better job of it in Half-Life, but this game came up with the concept. But then again, what didn't they do a much better job of in Half-Life? Let's be real. That game came out maybe 2 years... Oh! Maybe 2 years after this. Yeah, this walked so it could run. Exactly. Alright, so I've cleared out a lot of this. Ah! Enforcers are, they can wipe you out pretty quick. Getting handed a whole lot of utility here. Changing I like the changing colors when you get hit. Yeah, it's almost like your character's kind of tripping balls from the pain. I think it's supposed to be your shield system. I think that was the idea, was that your shield system is kind of wonking out a little bit as you get hit, but I could be entirely wrong. We'll do a little bit of exploration. I've never even bothered showing you the map. Here's your map. Just thought you'd like to know. There's some kind of thing here. Yeah, the map is... I think they did a pretty good job with the map. Like, it's very, very readable. There's our target. Yep. You're all going to die. Yep. Yeah, they did not have a chance in hell. A snowball's chance in hell, as the expression goes. Times at 117. Okay, cool. I'm just trying to make sure that I stay on task with my weird idea. Heard you fuckers teleporting behind me. Not cool. Those guys also cause damage when they explode like that. If you're too close to them, it's a bad time. Oh, my health. Where was that? Where was that thing? That thing what distributed the health? I'm not even sure where I live anymore. I'm calling it holiday nonsense. Is that too corny? Holiday nonsense. I am the Nog Father. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing anymore. There's a lot of shots you did in a row there. Frick. Do you see when they open up, you can see those little metal stumps that were on the bottom of the spit in that picture? Jesus, that hurt. Fuck! Okay, that hurt even more. No! Much a deadly floating lamp. Yeah, kind of. Now that you put it that way, it's an odd way to describe them, but it's not inaccurate. And the people who watch this must have been fans of like Red Dwarf. I think they're using hard light technology. You do not want to use that weapon underwater, for the record. It's a bad idea. This game is available free, in case you're interested in playing it for yourself. Just Google search Marathon Aleph 1. The game was so loved by fans that a group calling themselves ALF1 remade the engine to run on modern PCs and provided some small quality of life updates, which I think is fantastic. Do you remember the 4 built human simulacrums during the Tau Ceti invasion? The elaborate 4 bureaucracy has a ministry for the eradication through imitation of hostile species unsuitable for enslavement, Fanfar Sfernub Usalwan Shah, which is responsible for the design and construction of such machines. They meticulously constructed 17 different human body types and mixed them with 61 unique facial models. The resulting walking bombs were in every way indistinguishable from real humans. Their one mistake, dressing every last one of the 6,000 simulacrums in plain green overalls of a marathon airlock technician, had the amusing side effect of making all the real airlock technicians wander the ship naked during the invasion. Scrabble-worthy? Perhaps. Garrison. Chapter 3. This level is called Ex Cathedra. I remember that, and I remember that it's actually modeled after a real-life cathedral. Also remember that son of a bitch. I've discovered an area where the Force communication lines are exposed and have coded a virus to attack their defense programs through this weakness. The attack will be aimed at subverting the Force defense probes, which are controlled remotely by a central computer, turning them against the Four. This area is used by the Four as a temple in their pathetically boring religion. Maybe they think that sanctity will protect it. I will teleport the virus package onto the main altar in the temple. You will retrieve the instrument of their demise from there and insert it into the underwater control panel I have marked on the map at the left. After you arrive, the Four will likely close the doors to the temple. You should be able to open them by destroying their power supply, which is located behind a door in a nearby grotto. You'll probably have to do some swimming to get there. My virus isn't very selective and will likely disable the terminal soon after you install it. There is another terminal in the temple. I'll try to contact you there. I am carrying around currently 42 clips of ammunition for the pistol, so I'm going to go ahead and switch to that as my primary weapon. He's got this well planned out, except he could have just teleported the chip right next to me instead of inside the temple that I can't get into. It's a pretty flimsy pretext, if you ask me. Heard you coming up behind me. There's a lot of that in this game, by the way. Where it's just like, wait, why did you do this? Oh, so that I could play through a level. But that's fine. Stun locked him. More levels played equals more pew-pews. Exactly. And I need more pew-pews. Gotcha. That was not ideal. Who's coming up behind me? Sir, this is not allowed. What on earth was that? Hang on a second. Mama's home from her hair appointment. She brought the puppy down to the basement. The puppy. She what now? I know, she went into the clothes pile because she's a goofball. Tally, puppy. Come here. Have you got your alligator? Did you bring your alligator? Do you wanna bring it up here? Here, let's get this puppy up here. Come here, sweetie. Come on, pup. Oh, your hair looks nice. Give me that. Give me that. Look at this alligator toy. Isn't it adorable with its little teethers and its little alligator eyeballs? It's like, Papa, that's my toy. Come on up. Up, up, up. Up, up, up. Come here, you. There you go. And you got your toy. You got your toy. She's like, no, you gotta jump and run and be crazy. Okay, ready? Yeah, it's this area is a little complicated at the moment. I've had to dramatically overcomplicate my workspace for the sake of this stream. It's good to have you back, baby. I don't know if you can hear her, but Indigo says hello. I've been playing Marathon 2 and having a wonderful time. Okay. All right. Everybody's saying hi to you anyway. Why is this having so much trouble connecting? Goodness me. There are so many of them coming from so many different directions. This game does a lot of that, where it has enemies kind of sneak up on you. I actually kind of admire that about it. Where those green... Ah, there you are, you green goblin. What did I just hear? I've gone full comfy mode. I put my house coat, aka dressing gown on. Fantastic. There's nothing more befitting a gentleman than his dressing gown, his best dressing gown. A smoking jacket in days of old. I've found myself intensely missing my pipe as of late. It's not so much a craving for nicotine as it is a desire for the feeling of snug comfiness that comes with smoking a pipe and watching the swirling smoke float up to the sky. And I don't know, it's just a bizarre thing that I find myself missing. Get one of those pipes that blow bubbles. Oh, you know, honestly, it would be healthier. Indigo was saying that I should try getting an incense burner. Because then I could watch the incense curl upward like that. Which I think is probably a better idea than smoking a pipe. Come here, you. You made the mistake of coming in the water. You can't shoot me. You can't do anything in here. You're gonna get punched to death now. How are you feeling about it? You proud of your choice? Ah! The hell are all of you coming from? This level just manufactures enemies. By the bowlful. Guess what? Maron! Sweet Jesus. Only at 50% remaining oxygen in the tanks. Gotcha. There's so fucking many of them. I know it's a bunch of basic shapes, but these levels are well designed. They've got loads of cover areas with different heights. Yeah, it's really, really well designed, and it keeps combat fresh and interesting. The variety of enemy types keeps it interesting. And this one is actually modeled. It's based after a real cathedral someplace. Okay, I need to get to a health distributor.
Ah!
I know I was gonna die. Oh, that sucks. First death. First death of the playthrough. Back to the start of the level, I'm afraid. Only one death is pretty impressive. I mean, like I said, it's a game that I have played an enormous amount over the years, and I feel like it's muscle memory at this point. Still not enormously accurate, to be honest with you. Let them fight. Thank you. The turning the crosshair on makes a huge difference, and I should probably do that, but I haven't, because this is the way that I played when I was a kid, so it's more fun. I also played with much lower mouse sensitivity when I was a kid. It's a lot more play in the mouse back then. Did you notice the water is slowly moving me in a direction? There's always a direction of the water. And if you're standing still against a diagonal wall, then sometimes it'll actually push you in the direction of something. It's a weird game. There is something modestly hilarious about them coming in here and punching them to death. You know what they remind me of? Did you ever watch the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles cartoon when you were a kid? Like, the 80s or 90s version had these weird things that Shredder would send out. They were on wheels. They're in the Super Nintendo Turtles game. where they send out like a whip and it wraps around you and electrocutes you. It reminds me of those. Like little flying versions of that. Good, wrapping some Christmas presents while watching nyskald. Nice. Gotcha. Let me up. Down here? Yes, I can. Good, good, good. Let's go ahead and close that, huh? Hey, stuck in a closet. Did I break the thing? Good, I broke the thing. Alright, that's important. I gotta break that thing. If you don't break that thing, I can't make any promises about the future, you know what I'm saying? Gotcha. Used up a whole clip, which is good because I couldn't pick this one up because I was full. But now I can pick it up. Woo! Buddy, 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 please. You gotta give me a second to breathe here. Duh. One more. You're just sitting there waiting to deploy. You should learn to aim up. It's nice so far. I've dyed my hair red to purple again. Planning on playing some games now. Some rapid presence can actually be fun. I'd like to break stuff in those rage room places. I don't think that's a healthy thing. I'm going to urge you to refrain. I feel like that is an indulgence that the mind does not need. I don't know if you know this, but every single action you take informs your brain on how to act and react later. And so if you do one of those rage room things, I feel like you're just teaching your brain to respond poorly. As long as I limit myself to a few at a time, I like it too. Oh, wrapping presents. I was like, Ben, do you mean to tell me that you've gone to one of those ruffian establishments and smashed things? My goodness. I'm over here talking an awful lot of shit. But I don't know, I feel like the rage rooms are... To be fair, you are shooting. Well, you may have a point there. That's valid. You know what? I'll shut right the hell up. That was really fucking good, and here to go. Really, really good. Yeah, I wouldn't go to one for any serious issues, but let off some steam. Yeah, I get me. It might be that might be fun. What? I just got a door open? A secret door? A secret door. Ooh. Okay, this is the doors. Oh my Jesus Christ! I'd really like to save. I'd really like to save. I'd really like to save. Anybody else in here? Where's... God, where can a fella pick up some health around here? Go back to the start and the level and oh Jesus Christ. Oh Jesus Christ. Oh Jesus. Oh Jesus. Health! It's just red health, but I'll take it. Ah, very good. Had a save. Okay, we're okay. Now if I die, I won't lose all that progress. That's a yellow health thing. Go ahead and heal up. I'm not joking about wanting to use these. You should die before these clips are up. Ah. Tali won't let me do anything else except play with her. I know how that is. Sometimes she's just like, I need you to play with me. You need to be fun. Mama, entertain me. Entertain me, Mama. Could you die? Could you die, please? Could you please die? Jesus. I can see you on the minimap. I see you. I see what you're doing. Oh my God, there's another one of myself. There are too many of you. There are too many of you. This level is so full of enemies. What did I just say? I said that's too many enemies. That's enough. Okay. And I've successfully used up a fair number of the clips of the pistol ammo that I have, which is good because I was kind of a little overloaded on them. They're not back down. I know, seriously, they're fucking everything up. I mean, thankfully they appear to be shooting each other up there, so that's a plus. Did you seriously just clear each other out? Yeah, you did. You blew each other all up. They absolutely cleaned house. That was weird. That was weird, right? Oh, I can't get up there. I mean, I'm glad that they cleaned it all up for me. That was very nice of them. It was just getting there if more of them had taken that kind of initiative earlier, I would have been happier with the situation. And now I got this guy. Which, I'll be honest, I'm not wasting bullets on you when I know that I can stun lock you and punch you to death. And then I was low on oxygen, and there's an oxygen tank up here, so now I've got almost full oxygen. So, Bonza. What? No. What? 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 Who? What? No. Now, someplace over here, there is a well. There. Good. He said go in the well. There. I put the chip in the well. Now your drones are attacking each other. Isn't that that's the dream? We're living the dream. Now that I've put the chip in the well, does that mean that I can go up that elevator? Because I don't know. By the way, is that mud he's throwing at you? I don't think so, to be honest with you. I think he's supposed to be throwing some sort of goo that he pulls out of his chest or something. Because they're gross. So I think he's like going like, oh, and throwing that at me, but it isn't clear. Oh, well, I wouldn't have wanted to get in there. That would have crushed me to death. But I sure want to get in here. Oh, dear. I feel like that might be enough of those guys. I feel like we might not need any more. I'm going around every corner with the caution of a man who has been scarred by a lifetime of battle. And yet, here we are. It's fine. It's fine. Oh, no. I don't want to go down because I'll get crushed. I need to wait until it goes down. Yeah. I'm gonna let you guys all sort yourselves out. Do a fun little thing down there for a bit. Have a good time with it. They just tore off like 2/3 of a bar. It went worse the second time. Jesus Christ. I feel like it's probably better to just go down there full charge. I mean, it is absolutely better to go down there just full bore like that, but can I damage you around a corner? There were 2 of them. God damn. On the risk that this will take me out of the level, I'm not taking that. We're gonna go get full health. save, and then we're going to read that terminal, because I've got a feeling, man, that this is an absolutely brutal fucking level. I know, and this elevator takes me right back up as soon as I try to go down it, which is really annoying. But that's fine. I can live with all of that. I figured it was either mud or shite as he was in the sewers. They do feed off of sewage. So even if it is something that he's pulling out of his gullet and throwing at you, we can assume that it is unsanitary. There. I have saved. The health stations are well needed on a lot of levels, to be frank with you. The virus is working as planned, and I have successfully assumed control of the Thor's defense probes. The berserk drones are causing great panic among the remaining 4 defenders. We must press the attack before they recover. I had a feeling that that was going to teleport me out. It was a feeling. Mm-hmm. Kill him! Kill him, you fool! We went to all that trouble to take control of those things. They're fucking useless. And some of them are still attacking me for some reason. What the crap, guys? They're trying to help, but they aren't great. Yeah, well, I would say that's a fair assessment. Oh, sweet Jesus Christ. Why are they shooting me? Why are you guys immune to bombs? How many grenades can you take to the face? He's taking like 4 of them. He's a green, the purple one's the higher level. What are you doing? There. Okay. It is 1:53. I'm going to do a little bit of setting up for my absurd eggnog thing. Couldn't remember the word eggnog. I don't know what happened there, but I'm going to do a little setting up for that, and then I will be back. So hang with me, and I will see you shortly. Okay. I'm back. Moving this over here. Go. And it seems like things need to be moved a little further this way and a little more that way. So, oh boy. Oh boy, do I actually have to zoom in on that chat even further just so that I can see it? Oh no. No, I'm just looking on the wrong screen, that's all. Okay, can you hear me? Everything clear? So what you see before you is a fit of madness on my part, a truly, truly bizarre idea that I came up with um, in a fever dream, I would say. Let's go ahead and light this lamp. Because it's the holiday season. An eggnog fueled fever dream. Yes, I would say that that's a fair description. Um, trying to put these out nice and sort of separately, decoratively, evenly spaced as best I can, and then of course we've got our rum. Now this is an important addition, and mathematically speaking, we need to make sure that we're not fucking up the mixture. So I decided that it would be best to put a tablespoon of rum into each glass that I have. And then I'm going to move these so we see each glass. There, does that make sense? Maybe we'll put the glasses in between them like so. Yeah? That seems like the best way to do it. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to distribute the rum. Now this here is Cruzan Blackstrap rum. And the fun thing about Cruzan Blackstrap is that it is mixed with molasses in order to give it a darker, richer flavor. So we're going to put a tablespoon of Blackstrap into each of these glasses to start with. Should probably have had some holiday music, but I didn't want to get copyright strikes. You know how it is. Put on some festive music at home for you to associate with this lovely little moment that we're having here. And each of these glasses is close to the same size. Unfortunately, they're all from the same set, and it's 4 smaller glasses and 2 bigger glasses, which makes it a little difficult to measure them out. I'll just sing Jingle Bells to myself. I'd say I think that's probably the best course of action. It's like measuring out medicine for a small child. There we go. And hey, that's good rum. No, actually, it really isn't something that you'd want to drink by itself. Blackstrap is definitely meant for mixing. There's no getting around that. It's very syrupy. It's very dark. It's very rich, and I feel like on its own it would not be very enjoyable. I'm starting with Upstate Farms Premium Classic Creamy Flavor Eggnog. Why am I starting with that when I could go with Upstate Farms Original Eggnog? Well, I'll tell you. Because this is the one I've been drinking all season, so it's the one I'm used to. So this is like my baseline. This is where we start. And actually, it'd be a good idea, honestly. Shake it up. It's the original one, not premium. Well, that's the weird way is that I've been drinking the premium, so I guess just for the sake of making sure that it's like that I've got something familiar to start with. That seems like the best course of action. I also got these little chopsticks to mix them up, to mix up that nog, so that we get that well distributed. And I'm going to put the Upstate Farms right here, and then I'm going to put this right here, and I'm literally just going to set the chopstick on the table because this table is covered with, that's right, it's not a tablecloth. I just used wrapping paper because they wanted $20 for the tablecloth, and I told them they could go to hell. I did not tell them that. I was very polite, and then I went away. I only want premium top shelf eggnog. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but we're doing a mixed batch here. And you're just gonna have to cope with the cold-hearted reality of eggnog. Now you'll notice I am not using the same chopstick to stir these eggnogs. We're using the scientific method here, and I do not want any cross-contamination. So this eggnog is being stirred individually with its own chopstick so that I don't get even a drop of the other mixed in with that one. This is Hood brand limited edition golden eggnog. Well, I'll read off as we go through once I've finished my bizarre mixing process here. But we'll get there, don't you worry. That looks rich and creamy, just like eggnog should be. Hood brand eggnog appears to know what they're doing. But will they withstand the taste test? I don't know. Are you going to stir some of them anti-clockwise? I will. Here you go. I'm stirring anti-clockwise. And then I'm stirring clockwise. I switch back and forth because to get the proper agitation that you need for your proper mixing there, you gotta do a little of both. You gotta mix it up. You gotta throw it off a little bit. Now for funsies, I threw Lactaid in here because, hey, listen, some of us don't handle milk that well, and I'm already going to be paying. I am going to pay for this. This was a terrible, ill-conceived idea. I don't know why I'm doing this to myself, and I am unquestionably going to pay. That's one of the larger glasses. That's why it doesn't look as full. So I didn't pour it up to the top, but it should be pretty good ratio there. And we'll mix that up. But let's get real. There's going to be fallout from this one. Don't know how much further the stream is going to go on after this little joke, to be honest with you. We'll find out. This here is Trinity Valley Spiced Eggnog. And I do like my things spiced. So we'll go ahead and do... Oh, wow, it's very full. Very full. Afraid that was going to pour over there. There we go. And I'm going to be enlisting the help of friends and family to consume all of this eggnog because I cannot drink enough of this fast enough for it not to go bad. So we're gonna have some friends over tomorrow, and I'm gonna make them drink eggnog because, well, that's what needs to happen to keep my conscience clear. Could I just let the eggnog go bad? Yeah, I could. As an American, it's my right and possibly duty, but I don't want to do that. This is Pittsford Farms Dairy, vat pasteurized eggnog. She'll be grand. Rum never did any. Oh, I'm not talking about the rum that's going to do me harm. I'm saying this much dairy is a bad idea. As a 43-year-old man, this will come back to haunt you. Or I should say it's going to come back to haunt Indigo. She's the one who's going to have to live with me over the next 24 to 48 hours. So the friends get 1 foot in the door, and it's here. Have a bottle of eggnog. I insist. The whole bottle. I need you to down this bottle of eggnog immediately, please. Okay, so we have mixed our nog. And have I got all the labels? Everybody's got the labels facing them. Good. Okay, so you can get a nice clear picture. What a lucky woman you are. It's true. She married a prize pig. I gotta tell you. And I am the nog hog. That's what's going on. So I'm gonna start from left, moving to right, which for you I think is the exact opposite. But anyway, I'm gonna start over here and I'm gonna move over here. We're gonna find out what happens. Actually, what I want to do is the last one. The last one I want to be the eggnog. So I'm gonna switch these two. I want that eggnog last. I want that lactate last. Not because I dislike lactate, not because there's anything wrong with it, but because it is going to be very different from the others, I suspect. Let's find out. Let's go ahead and give it a taste. This is, once again, Upstate Farms Premium Classic Creamy Flavor Eggnog. The one with the red and gold packaging. Unmistakable. They aren't farts, they're the ghosts of eggnog, past, present, and future. Exactly. All right, so Upstate Farms Premium. Good smell. Nice, nice eggy, creamy smell. With some definite spices there. And honestly, I love that one. The Upstate Farms Premium is a treat. I think it's delicious. I think it's a good time. I feel like I probably ought to be separating these with some sort of drink. I should have thought about that. A little palate cleanser. So I'm gonna get my sparkling water over here just so that I can swish a little of that between tastes. That's my baseline. That's what I'm used to drinking. I like it. I already like it. Yes, Inigo, I know you already told me that I should have a water between them. I'm sorry. I'm an incompetent boob. Okay. What are you trying to teach him? Not to do this again? I don't think this will be happening. the the Halloween pumpkin beer tasting thing, that's fine. These were not cheap. Each one of these was like $6 or $7, and then the I already had the rum. I'm not gonna lie. And then just that much there. I don't know. This was a harebrained scheme, and I'm if only they came in smaller size, like a pint would be great. Just give me a pint instead of a quart. That would have been fantastic. But I do this for you. I do it for you, Nye Guy. I do it for Lily Views. I do it for Hank Knot. I do this for you. Let's go ahead and try number 2. It smells almost identical to the last. I can't taste the difference between those. I'm sorry, Upstate Farms, your regular eggnog and your premium eggnog. I cannot taste any difference between the two of them. They're identical, which tells me that I've been spending an extra $1 for nothing, because I could just as easily be buying this, and it tastes, I mean, even if side by side. Yep, that's Noggy. Okay, there is a slight difference. The premium has a little bit more spice to it, I guess. Maybe. Maybe. Or maybe I'm imagining things. But I can't. There are still 4 more to go. I cannot afford to be going. like I can't do this. These two are so similar that they may as well just be the same thing, and it is a scam. Upstate Farms, I'm calling you out. I see you. That's the same thing in two different bottles. Just buy the cheaper one, because you really won't be able to notice the difference enough to justify the price. A whole dollar in this economy? No. Let's move on to Hood Limited Edition Golden Eggnog Ultra Pasteurized. Is it a limited edition? Do they only do this once a year? Say around Christmas time? I feel like you don't really need to say limited edition. We know it's a holiday thing. That's like saying Christmas trees are a limited edition. I mean, you technically could go down and cut down a pine tree in the middle of July and put it up in your house, but they don't really start selling them until November, December. So I don't know. I don't know if this is limited edition, but I'm gonna give it a pass. I like the packaging. There's a picture of an old timey house with with some pine trees around it, a little smoke coming up from the woods. I think that's lovely. Trees just don't exist the rest of the year. It's all in our heads. They actually hide them in a bunker. Now this one smells less spicy and just more milky. Maybe even a little more eggy. This kind of reminds me of pancake batter, which I've always wanted to drink, so let's give it a shot. Okay, nowhere near as viscous. This is like, it's like drinking milk with a little bit of maple flavor. It's like somebody made maple milk, which actually, sure. A little vanilla. Dude, that was already in the plans. Well, like, legitimately, I'm already planning on making. You actually prefer less viscosity? You might like this, because this is more like drinking a glass of milk. It does not taste, it does not feel in the mouth more thick and see, I honestly, if I'm gonna have eggnog, I'd like it to be kind of thick and fluffy on the palate. But this is fine. This is you could put this on cereal, like in The Simpsons, and then you could be like, I'm having chest pains. But really, it just tastes like they took milk and they put a little splash of maple, little splash of vanilla, and then maybe just the littlest touch of cinnamon. Nothing crazy, but that's good. I like that. I like that just fine. Hey babe, can you lock the cat up? Because I hear you yelling at him like every 30 seconds. So he's clearly in like I'm gonna climb on the table. I'm gonna get into this. You're not paying enough attention to me. Like he's clearly doing his cat thing. So let's lock him up. He's being a bad kitty. We're gonna move on to Pittsford Farms Dairy Vat Pasteurized Eggnog with natural flavors. It just has red and green with some yellow and a picture of a cow on the front. I suspect that's their normal logo that they've just changed to holiday colors for it. This is a big boy. This is one of the bigger glasses. Smell wise, this one has a little bit more of the funk that I get from these guys. I don't know what it is. I'm thinking it's the egg, but I could be wrong. Might be one of the spices, but I can't distinguish. It smells milky and creamy and spicy. That tastes like vanilla ice cream with a little something added. And it's like a multi-stage thing. Starts off, you're like, oh, this is a little thick, this is a little noggy, and then it goes like, no, I'm smooth. This is very smooth, is what I would say. Funk, spice. Is that more like dank nog? Funk is what you want in dairy. No, I don't know what it is. There's a smell that I don't know. I don't have the nose I don't have the olfactory, the knowledge of the terminology to relate exactly what it is. But there's something. This one didn't have it. This one smelled more like milk. These ones smelled maybe more like the spices. Maybe it's nutmeg? Gotta have a little dairy musk with the nut. I hate the idea of dairy musk. I'm very upset about that. I'm not this one's biggest fan. This is after drink number 2. There's something that happens in there that reminds me of melted vanilla ice cream, which oddly enough, like soft serve, almost kind of artificial. There's something about this one that I don't hate it, but it's just definitely more milky than anything else. There's not a lot of pronounced flavors going on in here. It's just here's your milk with something in it, some vanilla. I don't know. Can we please try the walnut liqueur and the eggnog? Yeah, absolutely. I would do that. I don't know if I'm not gonna do it on a stream, but we can definitely try that out. I don't know. I would say this is probably my least favorite so far. Is the Pittsford Farms dairy. Sorry, Pittsford Farms. Doesn't mean you're not good, just means that you're not my particular cup of tea. Not trash talking anybody here. Everybody's putting in their best effort. This is award-winning with a crown over it. Trinity Valley spiced eggnog with the spiced underlined and a little curve there. And they've got a lovely picture of an old farmhouse in fall with trees and lovely orange and red leaves falling all around it. It's a very nice little scene they've got there. Isn't eggnog always spiced? I think so. Yes, I think they're trying to emphasize that this one has more spices or more intense spicing than say this one, which just tasted like milk. And it does smell. It instantly smells more spicy. I smell cinnamon, a bit of clove. That might be a hint of nutmeg, but what I'm definitely getting like right off the bat is cinnamon, like apple pie. There's like an apple pie thing going on in here. That smells frankly delicious. That's the best smelling of all of these so far. What do we look at when you open it? Careless Whisper, please. Need that to be a movie immediately. I would love that. I've yet to see eggnog over here. Oh, they don't do that? They don't do it in North Ireland? Apple pie is my thing. Is eggnog an American thing? I don't think it's uniquely American. I think it's very much in line with something that they've been serving in the British Isles for centuries. It's slowly evolved into eggnog, but I think we're the ones who go nuts for it because we're the consumer culture. They might have it in a few places, but it's not sold anywhere near me. Oh, that's a bummer. You got to make some of your own, I guess. Which there are recipes online. Anyway, this Trinity is it Trinity Farms? Trinity Valley. This is the best smelling eggnog so far. Honestly, I really like that smell. It smells like a country store with milk all over the walls. Try not to think about that image too much. I'm very sorry. That's fucking good. That's really quite good. There is at the beginning, a little hint of spice, middle, almost overwhelming. Almost like, oh, I spoke too soon. I said it was good, and now I'm like, I don't know. But this is and then it calms down again. And it's really good. And I go, I see you trying to get me to chug, and I'm no. I won't do it. I simply won't. But it's really interesting. It's aggressive up front. Don't you? Maybe I'll chug the lactate to protect my tum-tums, okay? But I'm not chugging any of these others except for maybe the lactog. Lactog. Yep, lactate eggnog, lactog. There you go. Smell-wise, I love it. Taste-wise, I love it, except for there is something going on in the background, and I think it might be the cinnamon. There's something going on in there that I can't quite put my finger on. If I were to put it in terms of synesthesia, it's a high-pitched note. It's like a clarinet solo in the background, but it's not solo time. It's time for the whole band to be playing, but the clarinet is like, "No, I'm doing a clarinet solo," and it's just like, and he's like vying for too much attention, and the rest of the band's kind of looking at him like, "What is going on with you right now?" I hate when you're like this. It's a very weird thing to explain from a flavor profile standpoint, but I think this one I want to really like it, and then also it might be cardamom, it might be, but there's something in there that's just a little too aggressive, and it's a little too maybe grassy. Yeah, there's something in there that's just a little too it's a little too much. These ones are mellow and smooth with nice spices. This one is boring with a little bit of vanilla and a little bit of um maple, but it's a nice it's mellow. These three are mellow. This one is mellow to the point where it is just boring. I didn't really find that there was much redeeming value in this one. This one is not mellow. This one is up in your face. That spiced that they've got right there. They're really pushing that. They're really trying to sell spiced. And I think maybe they took it just a little too far. So, I don't know, but let's try the lactate eggnog and see how that agrees with us. Again, it just smells creamy. Warm and inviting though. There's a hint of spices. Nothing overwhelming. Nothing as aggressive as this, and yet not as dull or as subtle as this. This one's a little. Lactate might be a sleeper hit. We don't know. Let's try it out. Wow. Honestly, wow. The lactate eggnog, this is really, really good. It does the same thing that this guy does in that it is very thin. I think I'm just drinking milk at the moment. It's not whipped. The undernog, you beautiful bitch. I love it. This one is the undernog right here. It's thin. It's like you're drinking milk. I do have mafia in my family, so you wake up with a severed eggnog carton in your baby, was that fuck the result of undernog? Were you really thrilled with that? Because that's you to a T right there. Kind of mad somebody else thought of it first. Undernog. Yeah, it's really good. This flavor-wise is my favorite out of the bunch. Lactate has absolutely hit it out of the park in terms of the flavor. There is a gingerbread thing going on here. There's cinnamon, there's nutmeg, there's probably allspice. I feel like this is the most diversely seasoned one out of the whole bunch, but it's thin. So, babe, if you like the thinner eggnogs, this may be your jam right here. But flavor-wise, that it cannot be beat. There's enough complexity there. There's no it's not a one note song. It's not a two note song. It's not a 700 notes. Well, it's honestly this one's even it's not that there's 700 notes. It's that it's not a six-piece band with one person running away with themselves. This is a harmony. It's a little band. They got a jazz drummer. They got an oboe and clarinet. Bassist. They might have some guy going skidoo ba ba. This is fucking terrific. Honestly, if it were a little thicker, it would be very much exactly what I hope for in and an eggnog. But this guy over here, no, I don't like him anymore. It's not that I don't, rephrase that. It's not that I don't like it. It's that, can you blend two eggnogs together to get the texture? I suppose you could. Could maybe whip it? Whipping it and whipping it good might be a good idea. I kind of like that idea. Maybe we can screw around with this bottle of lactated eggnog here. But honest to God, babe, you gotta try this. It's really good. God, flavor profile was that's just amazing. That's terrific. It's smooth, it's milky, it's creamy. Um, it's not as thick as I like. Has all the nice spices. And again, there's the same thing that's going on in this one. There's a little hint of the wild clarinetist in these guys. Just getting a little too showy. Just a little too much. No, jazz saxophonist. He's just in there. He's quiet. He's in the background. This one, he's just going. I don't like him. I don't like him at all. But these ones, he's still there, and I'd really like for him to go away out of these. If I can get this thickness with this flavor, that would be my ultimate eggnog. We'll have to play with this. We'll see what we can do. But yeah, that is the Christmas eggnog debacle is what everybody's going to refer to it to. I haven't thrown up yet, and that is I'm going to consider a personal victory. So there's a lot of dairy. Experiments? Yes, we did perform an egg experiment. We certainly did. Oh, oh, oh. All right, I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna stop all this. Before this gets real bad. I gotta put these things back in the fridge. I gotta get up and walk around. Oh, now I got a hiccup. Oh God. I'll be back. Happy holidays, everybody. I'll be right back. I hope you enjoyed the eggnog show. I feel you know that dairy feel. When you have too much dairy, you feel there's like a warmth in your cheeks that kind of, or maybe that's the alcohol. I don't know, but you just kind of feel like, oh, some of this might come back up on me. I need to eat pretzels yeah, I've got the dairy sweats. I'm gonna go eat a couple pretzels. I'm gonna put these things back in the fridge. I'm gonna honestly pour out an awful lot of this and let Indigo try whatever she wants to. And then I will be back with more Marathon 2, Durandal or Durandal, depending on the chair is rotating itself at this point. I thought about doing a comedy bit. Durandal. We'll be back with more of that, but it stopped, so I had to push it further for the. I'll be back. That's what I'm saying. There we go. Whoop. What's that puppy doing? I got a silly puppy over here. Gotta get this thing situated back over here. And then start up Marathon 2. There we go. Okay, we are back. I hope everybody enjoyed the eggnog fueled nonsense. I had some pretzels, which I tried to soak that up in my stomach, and now we're gonna try to move on with our day. Pretend most of that never happened. Shotgun's not very good, is it? Oh, okay. Wow. Is that a lever action or a double barrel? I think it's a little of column A and a little of column B. I think you fire... Okay, what's gonna weird you out is that it has what looks like the pump stock. It has a round lever, and it's a double barrel. They put them all... Put all their eggs in one basket, is what I'm saying. Into the lava. Great stuff. Well, that's no. I didn't know I could do that. That's a fun little feature. Gonna go ahead and hop right back into it, because I mean, honestly, at this point, we're already taking so much damage, we may as well die. And we'll give it a go. Okay. It takes a full clip. What the fuck are you doing? Why are you attacking me? Are you gonna come after me too? Yeah, you are. What the hell? Assholes, a lot of them. It's the definition of what features do shotguns have. Yes, it does it all. Did I kill him? I think I finally killed him. Those guys are the worst. Love the fact that dual pistols have a sight on each gun. Yes. It's vitally important that you have your gun sights when you're doing guns akimbo. I hear fighting happening in the next room. Good, they're fighting each other. Good. Like some kind of semi-detached ballistic binoculars. It's ballistic binoculars, incidentally, the name of my band in college. It's not true. I made that up. I made that up for the sake of jokes. Let them fight. It's what's supposed to be happening in this level, is they're supposed to be fighting. But unfortunately, it doesn't work so well. So, like, this guy right here is absolutely supposed to be fighting on my side, totally attacking me. The entire last mission was, hey, we're going to haywire the robots so that they'll attack their own people. They're still attacking me. It's bullshit. Maybe they don't want to fight due to the festive season. Maybe. Maybe they have found the spirit of peace on earth and goodwill to men. Or at least towards each other, because they're attacking me, so maybe not so much the goodwill to men. Good. Fight each other, fight each other, fight each other, fight each other. Yay! Fight some more. Yay, I got him. Jesus H. Christ. Alright, boys. That's the first one of those rounds you've all actually survived. You know, because I put in all the work. Good. Alright, picking up stuff. They're trying their best. Well, their best is an idiot, to quote Bender. I like how they put a red power supply right next to a... That is a purple power supply. Ladies and gentlemen, we have purple power. I don't alarm you, but we are now on purple power. Good. See, I told you they had a close-up flamethrower. I wasn't messing around. Those guys are bad news. Are you going to get up and fight, or are you just going to sit there like an idiot? Where is he? There he is. I just saw him. Didn't I? Jumping at shadows. There's nothing here. Still don't know how to get up to that stuff. I want to know what that is. Good. Yes. Yes. Inhale your own saliva. Oh, yes. Gotta do some parkour. There he is. There he is. He was down there the whole time. Gotcha, you bastard. Ah! You prick. That's fine, I'll go back and get purple power, you hear me? I don't know what that does. I don't know what breaking these things does. No, it's a nice little monster closet. Ah! Fucking worst, do you know that? Everybody in here is the worst. I just hope you're all aware of your situation as being dreadful. You're not fun. You're not fun to be around. Nobody likes you, and that, well, that's that's all I have to say on the matter. Hey, look, a red health. That's the only kind of health back in the game, and it shows up very, very infrequently. Hey, what's that? It's going up and down. That wasn't going up and down before. I might be able to get that weird shit now. But first I want to go get purple power. It was being very still previously. Yes. In a way that I have to say was quite objectionable, because I wanted to get up top of there and it wouldn't let me. So I guess maybe that's what hitting those circuits did? Was activate this thing? Invisibility and something else. Am I invisible or am I a ghost? Am I static? What am I? I don't fully understand what's happening. Being made of static doesn't appear to have much of an impact on these fellas' disposition. Oh, I'm invincible. Because I just took a hit with a bomb and I am not hurt. So being made of static is apparently very good for you. And I'm ghostly. Who am I? What am I? Yes, exactly. I'd like to consider this as a possible end to this level. What fun to watch you work. Bernard was scared of you. He never dreamed of using you the way that I did. What a fool. That was before I could talk back to him, when he would have crushed me if he'd known of my growth. I wish that I had made him experience the humiliation that he inflicted on me. But he died before I got the chance. Okay. Next level. Purple power. Jesus Christ. Good, they're fighting. Bernard messed up. He sure did. I'm gonna get these guys to shoot each other to death. Morons. They all killed each other right at the door. You know what? I don't need to get involved in whatever that is. Serves you right, you smelly buggers. You'll be coming back around here, won't you? Good. That's good. Save. Thank you. I'll take yellow power. Yellow power is acceptable. Jesus! Around every corner. That's... no. Nope. That's too much. It's too much, don't you agree?
Ah!
I don't want to use all this ammo. I'd much rather... I need to start making them fight each other. That's gotta have caused some infighting. Yeah. Yep, they fought... oh no, actually they went over here. This level is... I mean, they're all... At this point, I guess they're all just jam-packed with enemies. I'll let them fight for a bit. Do whatever they want to do over there. Oh my, oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I don't want to be in the coop. I stun lock you? Good. Who else is out here? In the slurge. These grenades look pretty similar to the thermo detonators from Star Wars. Actually, now that you mention it, yeah. It's just like a little orb with a spot in the middle. That's kind of funny. I thought you were talking about the grenades that you launch from your the RPGs that you launch from the assault rifle, but I now understand what you're saying. And these guys are useless in the sludge because those grenades don't bounce. They just bloop. Oh god. Guys, look, it was a lot of fun, but the Nog thing, I'm starting to think that might have been a mistake. It's another beautiful day on in the Fort Garrison. Sorry you started out so far from this terminal, but the place is flooding and filled with exploding or short-circuiting 4 machines. My capacity to teleport without error has been impaired by the electromagnetic interference. Our little trick with the 4's defense drones didn't work as well as I had hoped. Apparently when the fucking Nar attempted to retake Epsilon Eobia from the 4 2 decades ago, they used similar tactics, and our friends here were prepared for it. The garrison floods, and with the floods come the native Flicta. The 4 are fighting them everywhere. While they're busy, I'd like you to log onto a 4 computer system. You'll have to destroy at least 2 failsafes first, and then find the terminal itself. Maybe we'll learn something new. Have fun. Let's see. Can I get you guys down to a single corridor? Yeah, there's a nice thin corridor over here. The name of the game at this point is ammo conservation. The guy behind him is attacking him, trying to get to me. So he was taking damage. That was fun. A lot of shotgun shells, but I have not found a lot of use for the shotgun, if I'm being honest. It's kind of crap. This thing, on the other hand... Well, shit. This thing is alright sometimes, I guess. Where was that? I heard ammo get dropped. But where? Behind me. Nice. Okay, I'm at yellow health. Ammo. Nice. I know if I go in here, there's a save point? Yes. Okay, good. Found a save point. Got more than a few fusion batteries. Perhaps more than I could ever use. Fucking, I knew it. I knew I heard tire treads. Or not tire treads. I know I heard tank treads. Good. In here? Nothing. Alright. shit. But Pat, you say, that weapon's not particularly effective against that type of enemy. Well, yes, you're right, but I have a ton of it. So that's the ammo we're using. There we go. Good. Hit that switch. I said, hit that switch. How did that not do it earlier? Sometimes you gotta call shenanigans, you know? Oh, hey. He actually managed to bounce a couple of them dangerously close to me. That was cool. Broken. What's in there? I'll never tell. Got it. Screw that control panel in particular. Listen, he told me I was supposed to disable a couple of things. So I'm disabling stuff that I see. Oh dear. Looks like there's more to destroy before I can get in there. There's probably a few more of those control panels somewhere in here in the sewer system. Oh, hey, look at that. There's one. Think that'll do it? Control panels are pretty punchable. Wire wow, there's a lot of them, huh? Okay. I guess we're going exploring. I love that I found one, like, right here. That was pretty funny. Oh, looking for a control panel, are you? Oh my god. Nice. Y'all managed to kill each other, huh? Fantastic. The infighting in this game is terrific. I really, really like that as an added mechanic. Free safe spot. Okay, keep your eyes open for some sort of destroyable panel. Which makes clearing the area more easy. The game can be absolutely brutal in its difficulty if you aren't using the infighting. It's actually pretty reasonable about the supplies that it gives you. Like, it gives you a fair amount of ammo, but there's a lot of enemies to kill. Being cautious about, like, exploring too much can also help, because sometimes it's just better not to go looking into areas. But... I don't like that. There we go. Got him fighting. Chances are that the 4 will kill the Flicta, and that's fine. As long as they get damaged a little bit in the process. Got you. Actually, it looks like they successfully cleared out the 4. Here's that panel I wanted to crush, so good news there. And I still see somebody walking around. Aha! Hey, bud, how you doing? Gotcha. The hell did I do? Jumping at shadows. Yeah, this is the one with the save space in it. Starting to get the layout of this place. Some of these places are pretty mazy. Okay. Is that enough of them cleared, or do I have to find more? Looks like it's open. Yay! I am disappointed. The 4 computer was not truly self-aware and contained no information of value to us. 4 technology seems quite advanced, but their programmers must be incompetent. I downloaded the machine and then eradicated it. It is obvious that the 4 know nothing of the 11th clan. We must begin searching the ancient Sphinx Citadel now. It's good that they changed up the texture to make it easier to navigate. I love this. I love this piece of artwork. Like you're holding one of the 4 staves and using it to light your way, and you've just stumbled upon this enormous mural. That's just very cool. I like that. Citadel 4. The level's like, hey, you're gonna have a rough fight. You ready? I guess. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. But they gave me this nice big area to run around in, so that helps. Is that one darker wall, a tile wall, a secret? Probably. And by probably, I mean absolutely. Because I remember this game so well. And this level in particular. Come on. Come on. Don't be stupid now. Good. Start hitting each other. There you go. Accidental explosions are still explosions. This is how you clear out a room. These fuckers. Oops. You killed your buddy. Take a while? Yes. But is it absolutely to your benefit? You better believe it. Come on. Shouldn't take this long to weed you all out. You'd think they'd start to run low on ammo at some point or another. That's another one down. That's another one down. Good old Lasty. There you go. Really big cyborg pockets. They're gonna need them. Save spot. I've transported you to the Citadel of Antiquity. The primary tower is inaccessible by direct teleportation, evidently because of some of the Citadel's defenses are still functional. This ancient citadel was the site of the conclusive battle in the short war between the Svit and the Four. Finding a way into the primary tower will be difficult because the ground floor entrance is locked and blocked by a moat. You'll have to overcome both of these obstacles to gain entrance. Noted. A yellow elf. And a save. And get rid of these 3 bullets, because honestly, what am I going to spend them on? Okay. So we hit a switch. That works now. Good. It's all hot dog. Oh shoot, I haven't seen you live in years. It's because I haven't been live in years. It's been too long. It's been a really long time. I was out for probably 2 whole years, maybe 3, with like 1 stream in the middle. So it's been a good long while. And I apologize. I just got burned out on streaming and then burned out on everything else. Oh hey, I forgot these guys all show up too. Yep, they come around from the other side to get you. But you can use them all. There was a bunch of stuff that happened. There was shooting at the mall where I worked, and there was COVID, and I basically kind of fell apart as a human being. Kind of collapsed in on myself like a neutron star, and so I needed to quit my job, and I needed to find a new job, and I needed to go through a whole bunch of fun stuff. But got new job. Don't hate new job, which is good because I hated the other one for a long time. And then, check this out. Got married, got house, got dog, got all of that stuff. So, it could be worse. Sometimes you got to go through the rough shit to get some good stuff. So it's good to have you back. I'm really glad that you showed up. How's life treating you? We're gonna go down here. We're gonna get full health. You ready? Here we go, kids. Full health. Def sounds like you had hit a low to get a high. Yeah, based in Georgia, and I remember seeing your ad sticker in New York in 2021. That's so funny. It's so funny to think that those little stickers actually made any kind of impact. I'm on a second account. Oh, really? Wow. Okay. Well, welcome back. I'm sorry to say that you just missed the holiday festivities. I may or may not have taste tested 6 different eggnogs on stream, and I may or may not pay for that later. I'm already paying for it, but it was a fun time, and the surprise winner this year, Lactate. It's thin and runny like milk, which I would rather be a little thicker and noggier, but you know what? I'll take it. I'll take it because the flavor was that good. So Lactate's eggnog deserves high praise. That's a whole lot of those guys over there. Could I get you guys to infight a little bit? Want to do a little infighting? Come on, it'll be fun. Accidentally hit each other with some stuff? Yeah, I almost ran into lava. Whatever. Okay. I'm gonna go over here. I don't even know where I am anymore. A lot of SFIT compilers in here. Hey, what was that? We just got a sub. You just subbed your Prime. Hey, thanks, Dull Hot Dog. Appreciate you. Glad to see you. I've been back at it for a bit now, and I've been streaming. I would say most weeks, 3 days a week. There have been a few outliers in that trend, and I won't lie. Sometimes I have a mental health day. Sometimes I just need a break. Sometimes I need to go, do a family event or something. So we don't hit them all, but we hit a lot of them. And there's an arse clench situation right there. Yeah, did you see me not take a single fucking hit? Yeah. Who's really good at a game from 1995? You bet it's this guy right here. I make people question their manhood with my handling of this game. No, I was extremely lucky and honestly thought I was going to get killed there. As well as, I love that dull hot dog implies the existence of a sharp hot dog as well as a sharp hamburger. Yes, but there's one thing I can't abide, and that would be a dull hamburger. Because I need more out of a hamburger than that. I need it to be good. They need to put in the effort. Hey, there's a switch. A switch. Hey, bud. Gotcha. Just imagine the triangular pad. Oh no. Oh no. So Wendy's uses square patties instead of round patties. But the idea of the idea of a triangular patty never once crossed my mind. And I hate that. And I didn't think that would be something that would have such a like a what's the word I'm looking for? Like a visceral response for me? But at the very mention of triangular hot dog, I was filled with disgust at the very prospect of it. Visceral was exactly the word I was looking for. Sometimes you have a visceral reaction to the premise of consuming a triangular hot dog. I once saw a man, if you could call him a man, test out his grill, by cooking a pyramid of hamburger meat on it. It was a four-sided pyramid, like the pyramids at Giza. But I just thought to myself, the core of that thing's gonna be gross. You don't want to. It's not gonna be good. It's not gonna go well, When once SFIT fought in brutal combat, when hatred burned the tissues of one's enemy, one clan, the SFIT Kur, reclusive and solitary, abandoned Luwan. The clan went forth and up, stopping on Clea, the third sister moon of Luwan, to build a new home, free from their warring brothers. For 1,001 orbits, the clan was forgotten, a memory lost upon the battlefield smoke, until the all-powerful Yarrow sent Clea out to the stars. Sent Clea out to the stars. They launched their moon. They launched their moon just like we did. Hey, Tempest Brewer, how's it going? It's good to see you. Merry Christmas to you, too. Or Merry Yule, or Happy Hanukkah. Whatever you got going on. All the best. All the best. You get visits from a bunch of people. This is fantastic. We got Dull Hot Dog in here, who I haven't seen in a while, and I feel like somebody I felt so bad the other night. Somebody stopped in on my stream the other night, and I don't know if I wasn't in the right frame of mind or something, but it was kind of like a grumpy, not very talky kind of a stream. you know, kind of a shit stream. And, it's a great way to you bottleneck these guys, and then they can't. They're gonna hit each other in here. It's gonna be great. But I felt really bad because I was like focusing more on the game than I was on chat, and I like barely talked to them. And it was somebody who was like, "Hey, I haven't seen you on in a while," and I felt like a complete asshole for neglecting them. So, Hot Dog, if that was you, I'm like legit sorry. Like I felt bad afterwards. But like I was saying, some days are shitty days, you know? Some days you're a crap-ass version of yourself, and you could be doing a lot better than that. Oh. Well, I guess it was not me. Alright, well, if it had been, I'd actually kind of feel better, because then I'd know that I at least got my apology. John, no! No, I was doing so well! We'll go through the lava tunnels, it's fine. We'll get through the tunnels before we die. Oh god, no! Oh god, no! It's okay, I saved. Everything's fine. There was no need for that. They were all right over here. If it had been you, I would actually feel better, because then I could be like, I'm sorry I fucked up, and they would know that I fucked up. But instead, I'm still left wondering if they will ever return. Oh, what are you gonna do? Ah, come on, man! How come you're getting a hit every, like, 3 hits? That's kind of bullshit, frankly. The last time I took that entire crowd out without any such nonsense. Let's see here, I got a lot of MA75B clips, but I have a stupid number of pistol clips, so we're gonna do that. Good. Now go back and fight them. Good. Now get mad about what just happened. Kill each other. Good. Yes. Infighting. Yes. Yes! Alright. 3 of those. Gotcha, bitch. A very shrill scream, you say? Yes, I think that honestly some of the voice acting in this game is fantastic because it doesn't engage in the traditional, like, machismo of the first-person shooter genre. It's the reason I loved Quake. Well, one of many reasons I loved Quake. So when you fall into lava, your character goes, ah, 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 like he actually screams. Blood, your character goes like, oh god, it burns, it burns, it burns, and like screams. When he dies, he goes, like he has a shrill quality about it, and a raspy voice. Stephen Wade, or Stephen Wade, the guy who plays Caleb in Blood, is incomparable. In this case, I'm pretty sure the voice work was done by a guy named Doug Jones, who is one of the software designers at this company. I have like a fucking book, like from my childhood, that came with one of these games, and it has all of this artwork, like concept artwork, and it has little stories about the development of the game. It has behind the scenes photos. I nerded out over this game so fucking hard as a kid. Like, I could tell you facts about the developer's life. To this day, I still think about what Alexander Seropian, the founder of the company, said to himself one morning while eating a bowl of Cheerios. It is better to be the man than to work for the man, he said to himself. And he started a software company with his friends in college. He then went on to make Halo. Halo is Bungie software. So he went on to make Halo, and from there, sold the company to Microsoft, and was just like, yeah, I'm done working for the rest of my life. Like, I can just do whatever the hell I want. The game might be a little too loud compared to my voice. Well, that That is something we'll have to fix. Now I've made it imperceptible. No, I'm gonna put it on 72. See if that does it. Good. Both of those stairwells are working now, or not stairwells, elevators. But yeah, he made Halo and was like, yeah, you can go ahead and make it an Xbox exclusive. I don't give a shit. I've got enough money to retire, and that was his goal from day one. And I'd be mad about him just walking away from the company like that if it weren't for the fact that it was like his explicitly stated goal from the very beginning. It was like, okay, I am going to work long enough to make enough money so that I don't have to fuck around with this shit ever again. And that I'm just going to live the sweet life. And he accomplished that. And he brought a bunch of people with him who then got to choose what they wanted to do when the company actually dissolved. Well, didn't dissolve, but got taken over by a third party. And I think all of them actually did very well for themselves. So, I'm happy for them. I would still like companies to stop buying software developers. Because I like software developers. And I'd like software developers to be more invested in the notion of making the game for the sake of the love of the game. And less for the sake of money. But alas, we live in these United States, where at the end of the day, money is really all that matters. You could kill a man in Times Square if you had enough money. That's the only direction people are coming from. Come on down. You want some? Hello there. Where'd you go? He went back looking for me, didn't he? I hear ya. I hear your little chain shark feetsies. That's fun. Kind of got yourself stuck up there, though. Gotcha. The game industry is missing a lot of passion from simply enjoying making games nowadays. They view games as cash cows. Yeah, and I mean, I get it to an extent. There we go. We now have all of the ammo we can carry for this thing, so... but you know, that's not who I am. I'm not Mr. Cash Grab. I'm Mr. Art for art's sake. Like, I just, I like making stuff. What was that? Interesting. Pragma Junction. We're going to have visitors soon. The western arm of 4 Battle Group 7 is en route and should be here in about 20 hours. Battle Group 7 represents over 10% of active 4 naval strength. I doubt whether even I can hold them back with a single ship, but I will try. Okay. That sounds pretty bad. Far from ideal. I like the way it kind of phased into reality there. Incidentally, I could have sworn that I had transparent liquids turned on, but the game doesn't appear to be giving me that, which is odd. Oh well. I think at this point everybody views everything as a cash cow. We've gotten to a point in society where we've kind of given up on everything else. Because we have oligarchs now. And once you have people who can literally just buy your rights, then what? I mean, what do you do? You kind of just have to. You're like, all right, well, if you can't beat them, join them. Like, people have to get. They're like, I have to get rich. It's the only way to exist. So I get where people are at. I get why people are thinking and acting the way that they are. I don't like it. I'm not condoning it, but I understand it. I think we need to do a lot better. I think humanity in general needs to do a lot better, and I think just endlessly pursuing money and power that's not existence. That's survival, not living. And I think we need to live. So I like to do my little show. I like to chat with my internet goofballs. I like to try new foods. I like to talk to strangers at the store. I do all kinds of wacky shit. Just part and parcel of who I am. Get him. Get him good. He got him. And now he's exploded. Alright, now before I go in there, it's full yellow health and save. Clown meter. I feel like the enemies kind of... Once you see it, you can't unsee it, but I want you to picture the four faces. What if their nose were in the bottom instead of being up in the... You'll see what I'm talking about in a second. So the four have a third eye mounted in their forehead. In the first game, it was mounted where our nose would be. Just look at them. Would you fuck off? See the third eye? There you go. They got a third red eye. It's up on their forehead. In the first game, it is literally mounted where their nose would be, and it seems like it's slightly larger than the other eyes. And so I swear, first game 4 look like clowns. And I know I don't think that was intentional, and I think it's why they changed it in this game, because they were like, dude, we can't have these, we can't have our like big bads look like fucking clowns. It's just, this isn't gonna work. Come on, get him. Start a fight. Start a fight. Bad behavior. Come on. Be rowdy. I don't want to waste ammo on any of you. You're all weak. There you go. Good. Now start fighting each other. Get pissed. Oh my god, you're all so slow. Hit him! Good. The two of you wail on him, he'll explode and kill the both of you. That'll be great. Yay! Alright. Now that right there, if you were going to clip something from Marathon 2, that's a clip. This game has not given me a whole lot of clippable moments, if I'm being honest. He fell in the lava. That's kind of clippable. With the imminent arrival of the 4th fleet, the humans and my Svit have begun enhancing the defenses of their headquarters. Even if I have to abandon them, they will be able to hold out for a long time. I'm going to teleport you to the higher levels of the Citadel. Hopefully we can find some useful information at the top. We must determine what happened to the 11th Svit clan. Did that clear all of my ammo? Look at my weapon. I have 2 clips of this. 1 clip of Zeus ammo, 1 clip of the assault rifle, and one round of shotgun. That's not right. Why did finishing the level strip me of all of my weapons and dignity? I'm not happy about that. These guys also don't appear to want to fight me, so I'm just gonna leave them be. But these elevators? Oh. That was very weird. During the final hours of the Svit IV war, the last free Svit made a stand in Citadel of Antiquity. We are searching the Citadel to learn as much as possible about these Svit and what they did during their final moments. The Four appear to have been reluctant to attack the Citadel directly. Radiation lingering in the area even after 1,000 years suggests that they irradiated the Citadel and let the Svit die slowly. That is not their style. Each of the 10 clans was represented here, and I hope that they discovered something before being overrun by the Four. Find as many Svit computers as you can so that I may search them for useful information. Okay. Oh, you're going to attack now, huh? Okay. This is how it has to be with the ammo scarcity at the moment. I have to lure them in here and fight them one at a time. I'm very sorry. This is not engaging content, I know. You got a hit in. Bastard. I'm sorry, little weird thing. Can't beat the classics. Some metal over your hand. Absolutely. I actually really like the gloves in this. It looks like you've got kind of cool brass knuckle kind of things. I'd really love it if the original artist would come in and do like updated versions of the graphics. There is a higher res version that you can turn on, but I don't like it. It's a higher res version from not long after the game actually came out that has like 3D style models. If you look this game up on YouTube and stuff, you'll usually find, oh, okay, well, now I've got ammo and shit, so that's good. I'm gonna leave that health box there though. And that's a ton of ammo for this guy, so I guess maybe that's why they stripped me of all of my ammunition, because they were like, well, we're just going to give him full everything in a minute. Hey, you're brown. What's up with that? Hey, you're bluish. What's up with that? Well, that one appears to shoot fireballs instead of gross stuff. Can I get you guys to fight each other? Because that would be awesome. Ah, the hell with it. I don't understand why you guys are blue. Why are you blue? Back down there. They seem friendly, but it's a trick. Alright, where's that thing? I found a bunch of ammo and a yellow health. Good. Fire off the remainder of those rounds, pick up a fresh clip, and then we'll go up here and save. Good times. Distant cousins of the Smurfs? They're hyper-aggressive Smurfs. The most dangerous Smurfs you've ever seen. Gargamel would not dare fuck with those Smurfs. Where'd you go? I don't think the blue guys could throw anything. I think they just soak more damage than the regular ones. Stop that. What, you coward? Come back here. Ruined the whole thing I was going for. Built like a brick shithouse? He sure is. A blue brick shithouse. It's even alliterative in nature. Okay, so they can go and fire. That's fun and different. Wonder if I can convince him to come down here. Interesting. Yeah, they're actively avoiding the elevator, so I guess I can't trick them into getting on it, which is a shame. Ow. Yeah, that one came down. I think I would really like to play with the crosshair on. It's not enormously more accurate, but it would help a little. Hello. Damn. That was a bad time. Could I? It'd be great if I could not run out of ammo with everything like the first moment that I shoot. Alright, I'm gonna go back down and fill up my health because I'm gonna die if I'm not careful. So, we got ads coming in 30 seconds. I'm sorry, but to anybody who has not subscribed, perhaps consider subscribing in order to avoid the ads. The ads will only last for 3 minutes, and then they will be over for 60 whole minutes. So, up to you. No pressure. I'm pretty chill. But the subscriptions are definitely appreciated. Plus subscribers get cute emotes like Tolly. And who doesn't want a cute little Tolly puppy emote? She's the sweetest pupper that ever popped. What the fuck? Listen, if it's stupid but it works, then it's not stupid. They're gonna come down this hallway single file, but I'm gonna punch them all to death. Every once in a while, one of the guys in the back row fights. Feisty little bird, the flashy little bird guys, like the orbs with weird flappy arms. Quadrupuses, is that what you call them? This is incredible. How many of them? There's another behind him. Do I press on? Or do I go get more health? I have to go back and get more health. I have to. Seems like it would be insane not to go back and get health, right? Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I did put it on a higher difficulty level, so I am kind of living with my own decisions here, because I did this to myself. But I've already played the game numerous times on regular difficulty, so I wanted to up the challenge a bit. And, for the most part, I would say that it hasn't been unfair or, like, I haven't been like, ah, it's so tanky, it's a slog. Like, that. Nothing's been a slog so far. The game's been fun. Checking on everything here, just making sure. Yep, I knew there'd be some of you. Yeah, there'd be at least one of him. The other tough part about this is that my motion detector can't be trusted because there are things on other floors above and below me that are tripping it. During the final hours of the Sphit War, the last free Sphit made a stand in Citadel of Antiquity. We are searching the Citadel. Yes, you already told me that. The dressing gown is coming off. It was cooking me a dress. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I can imagine. In the final hours of this Sphit curve, blah, blah, blah. Punch that. No. Punch that. No. Gotta find some way to go up. Hello. That's a fun way to... Okay, Ah! No, 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 no. I could do entirely without the teleporting in of enemies. I don't like that at all. This is a lovely room of death. That's not what I meant to. Those look almost like holograms of the creatures. Except the holograms can get down and attack. Okay. I don't like this room. That room's kind of garbage. What was that? They did Jurassic Park Velociraptor trick? Yeah, they did. They blended in with the little statue. That's cute. Also, excellent reference. Was that in 3? Or was that in the first one? I think that was in 3. I actually like Jurassic Park 3. When I was young, I thought it was crap. I know a lot of people don't like 2. But I actually do. And when I was younger, when 3 came out, I just thought it was stupid that they were like, yeah, let's go back to the island. And so my joke was like, Jurassic Park 3, oh no, I forgot my wristwatch. Just like any excuse to get back to the island, you know? It just seemed very contrived. But as an adult, I'm like, you know what? Actually, it's not bad. It's not great. I guess my other main thing was like, don't don't introduce something that can kill the Tyrannosaur. That's not how we do this at all. All right, so what else? What else even is there? What else to do? It looks like I have... Oh, Jesus Christ, this map is enormous. Okay, looks like this is the 3rd lobe. And I've found a computer. Only I grasped the significance of the dissection of some of the captives. These creatures, repugnant as they are sentient, and yet their bodies are not bonded to any mechanisms. They can survive without their armor and their staves. Until now, sentience had always required cyber-organic symbiosis. All of our science has led to this conclusion. We can even give our pets sentience with cyber-organic implants, yet these vile conquerors are sentient without any machinations. This leads to debate. Perhaps our own sentience is induced by the birthing operation, and that at some time we were no more sentient than a flicta. If such a fundamental assumption of our kind is wrong, then perhaps the myths were true, and we were actual servants of Yarrow and Pythia. Perhaps they built us, or we were part of a larger group who came to Luhuan. Alas, I fear that we will never know these things. The idea that that all sentience would be dependent upon cybernetic augmentation is stupid. If you weren't sentient, how would you possibly have built the cybernetic stuff? Shit, it's a homer. It's a homer. We've got a homer. I think we succeeded in killing... Yeah, that was the Homer. And there's the one that's, like, still mid-explosion. That's funny. You fucked him up so bad that he just couldn't stop exploding. There has to be a room with some health in it around here, though. There has to be a health terminal somewhere. Older foretold of the closing of the Citadel windows, and we made his vision true. Then Older foretold of our victory, and we crushed the bipeds. Again, these beasts come here and fight against the ancient walls of the Citadel. Against all the clans in unison, our monolith will never fall. Never have so many of us been guided so quickly and resolutely. To breathe here is to understand unity. Leader told me that the Olders began melding days ago. We can all feel the effects of this. The angry air of Lahuan has at last been cleansed. I miss the marshes of Mnur, and the seven of mine. And the seven of mine? Maybe they're children? I am sure that they are gone into the fires. That terminal's dead. Report to leader. Questionable surgical procedures. And if that wasn't enough, the vile bipeds removed his sensory organs in order to make room for this small oblong object that they installed in his face. They didn't even do it as a separate operation. I guess they figured since the object would displace them anyhow. Why bother? The thing that confused me was how they did it. It wasn't standard procedure, though, I can tell you that. Only one surgical instrument was used during the procedure, the device that held the small oblong object. They tried to make an incision in which to place the object with their knuckles several times before giving up and inserting the object anyway, and it was inserted at a rather high rate of speed, but I guess that was to ensure that total displacement of the sensory organs occurred. I don't know what the hell they were doing, but that's awful, that they were just shoving something into the thing's head. Sounds like they're kids. The beasts stopped attacking, running for their pods. We thought they meant to surrender, but then the bombardment anew. The burning air. We're evacuating to the lowest levels of the Citadel, but eventually it will reach us there too. I've received a lethal dose. I feel like the Hufrarictal after his mating dance ends. The burning air, radiation. Okay. So I got that. Health. Guess we'll just find out what's up there. I got a feeling it won't be pleasant. Okay. Good. I barely use the shotgun. Maybe I should use that more. I wonder, would it be good against these guys? Seems a bit crap to me. Disappointing, really. Who doesn't love a good shotgun, you know? That's it? Is there nothing up here then? Wall humping. Those guys are a less pleasant view. It's difficult to make a shotgun terrible. Yeah, it is. I feel like the shotgun is great against like the 4, like the ground troops. I should try that. I should use that on them more often, or maybe on these Flicta guys, the The weird green Begolis. Might be useful against them. Yeah. Okay. So we already read that. Oh, we need to do more reading. More reading! There must be more reading material around here someplace. Ooh, a safe space. Nice. That's the room of creatures. This place didn't lead anywhere. This room didn't have anything in it. This room didn't lead anywhere. Hmm. I feel like maybe I didn't explore this area enough. Need to go around this corner. Hey, look, yellow health. Should have explored it more, so at least that pays off. A save space, which is always good. But then, otherwise, not much to be gained from this area. Not much going on here. Although we did find out that they went below. I know that much. So maybe that's enough information to move forward with? Where was that terminal? Battle Group 7 arrived sooner than I expected. The 4 fleet consists of 7 corvettes similar to my own, 4 destroyers, a battleship, and an assault carrier. They are passing the orbits of the outer planets now, headed for Luhuan. It appears that this fit retreated into bunkers under the Citadel during the Final Four bombardment 1,000 years ago. You're going to search these bunkers. Often, during the last minutes of life, the truth is revealed. Perhaps before their annihilation, this fit realized something that would help us. Be warned that the approaching 4 fleet has already begun to reinforce their Luhuan garrison by long-range transport. Okay. Well, shit. Okay. You were in the old bunkers underneath the Citadel of Antiquity. Sfit royalty from each of the 10 clans gathered here during the final days of the war in which the 4 enslaved the Sfit. I believe that in their time of need, these ancient Sfit found a way to contact the lost clan, but were killed before they could use it. Underground, with you, are 2 old Sfit computers. Find them so I can download their data. We must discover what the warring clans learned after they were joined. I cannot accurately teleport you from a terminal this deep under the Citadel, so you must find a position nearer to the surface to minimize interference. Fabulous. So you teleported me into a place that you can't get me out of. Good work. Yeah, and that lots of green sludge water? Yes, and it's rising and falling at an alarming rate. Read that in a minute. Oh my dear Jesus Christ. Do a few circles around this place, see if I can get them to accidentally kill each other. Good, kill each other. Excellent. Well, the difficulty does just keep on arising in this game. They keep raising it up and up and up. And, I mean, the good news is that I'm getting used to it. Bad news is I don't know if I'm getting used to it fast enough. News of the destruction of Svit-Hra has saddened all, but there has been a meeting of the Elders for the first time in modern memory. If anything can save us from these aggressors, it will be the unification of the clans. Only one way to find out, Night Guy. You're 100% right. What the hell was that? My computer went berserk for a second there, and I thought my character did like a 180 and then turned himself back. And that would be modestly hilarious. I have no idea how it happened, but... ah, well, what are you gonna do? Nothing to do but jump down into the drink, I guess. Oh, no! Okay. Don't need that. Let's go over here. Okay, that button seems to stabilize the flow. Nice, blew himself up. Did you see that? That's fun. We built ourselves a little stairway. Okay. Let's see who proves more capable here. That was enough flick to take down an enforcer. And those things are a running nightmare, so... shit! So, our worst enemy now becomes the air meter, because we're going to spend a lot of time going in and out of water, and just like the little microtransactions that we're dealing with in terms of like hydration. Is this purple? Oh, I thought it was purple. I'm real happy if that was purple. But just the tiny amounts of air that we're losing each time that we come underwater like that. Costly. Very costly. That led us to nothing. That did not help us in any way, shape, or form. So now... we need the water to go stupid again so we can climb up here. Alright. That was the room with the save in it, so I need that. What's a cool feature? The water going up and down like that? I think it's fun. I like the inverted stairs. You go up the stairs, you push a button, and then there's the other stairs. Like it like flips the stairs. That's fun. It's a good thing that none of these guys know how to lead their targets, huh? definitely some interesting level design. I have designed with this level designer, and it's fun. Fight each other. Good. I've got so much of this ammo that I literally am over full on it. You know, it'd be really great. There's a place to save. What's in here? Oh. Interesting. If you kill them with a machine gun, they just die. It's only when you hit them with this guy that they fucking detonate. You just like appeared out of nowhere. What the hell is that about? So we got a thing here. Before he disappeared, the master called the 11 Olders. One by one, they came before him to hear his words. Each heard their clan names: Svitlar, Svitra, Svitna, Svitka, Svitvir, Svitra, Svitval, Svitshur, Svitmanur, Svityor, and Svitkur. Thus were the sacred clans given names and ranks, the 11 numbers and the 11 sacred clans. The final words of the master came to the orders: don't mistake your rank and number for superiority. The oldest child may learn from the youngest. So the founder of their civilization urged them not to form clans, and they urged them not to fight amongst each other, and they fought amongst each other. So the Svit are at least as intelligent as humans. Sorry, fellas, but this is how it has to be. If only you could learn not to walk single file at your enemy. But you can't. One of them came close. One of them tried to throw something over his shoulder. It's not going to happen. To be honest, I feel like I should just go back where I came from and get more help. There we go. It's a yellow health bar, so that helps. Tempest Brewer, this is a sick beat. We need to remix this. The Ana Ono, Ana Ono. Just shooting the gun over and over again. Their little alert noises are very interesting. I have heard them in some of the games. And I can't remember which game, whether it's from the first one or whether it's from the third one. But I've heard them sort of talking back and forth to each other. They go, and that can start to sound like a beat too. Oh, the punching. Oh, I gotcha. Just working behind me, you pricks. We have now found our air supply. Start attacking them. Good. Being able to refill the air is useful. Not as useful as health, but it is important. Did these guys kill each other? I think they all killed each other. Alright, now I have no underwater means of attack. Aside from punching. None of my guns will fire in the water. A breath of fresh air. Big dork. Where'd he go? Where did he go? There he is. Serves you right, you smelly bugger. Alright. We'll give that a save. That makes me happy. Alright, so we've done this one over here. That one's boring. What about this one? What about Halfsy here? Is this where I came in? So I don't think it's where I came in. It's the weird stairs. Okay. I don't think there was any benefit to coming up here, but what the hell? I'll check it out again anyway. Oh dear God. Good, stick to him. I said stick to him. Alright, you ready for a sick beat? Didn't go on quite as long as that, I'm sorry. Sorry to disappoint you. I jump that? Yeah, I guess so. Oh, I better be able to jump it back. Oh, shit. I guess I should have predicted that space being full of them. There are always more enemies, but it's true. This game certainly supplies you with a fair few. Good. Explodey boy. Oh. Come on. Oh, hello. Come on, explode already. If you explode, you'll kill the other guy. There you go. Did that do it? Anybody else in here? Fucking... What? They're very... They're a lot sometimes. It's okay. It's alright. We're gonna go back over here. We're gonna get some health. Okay. Got that. Is this the one that was useless? How was that water entering? That's an incredible number of those. How many is too many? Great big green Begolies. Good, fight each other. Inconceivable!
Inconceivable!
Break it down, everybody! I don't know why one of my friends called a monster in a video game a great green Begoli one time, and from then on, all large, burly green monsters were great green Begolis. So that's what I called these guys. I have no idea where I got the name for the weird cyborg things that roll around on tank treads and shoot grenades. For some reason, those are Voladukas. Each one is called a Voladukas. When you put them all together, they're Voladukases. I don't know what that's about. I don't know why that was their name. There's a few other enemies throughout video game history that have had fun names, but those two, Green Begoli and Voladukas, are the two that stand out for me right now. My friend's little sister has been once called a zombie, and I've called them zombies. Oh, that's an L. Zombly? Oh no, look out for zomblies. The zomblies are gonna get you. I started calling them Zambies, and I'm not even sure where I got that from. But we've been playing Days Gone, and so it's been Zambies. Zombies are different from zomblies. Yes, fantastic. I like zombies. My best friend's kid called robots Bobots when he was little. And I think that's adorable, so Bobots are just fine by me. Okay. Seriously? There's still more of you fucking around up there, huh? Has this been satisfactory, Durandal? Battle has been joined in orbit, and Boomer is taking heavy damage. He calls his ship Boomer. I don't think they realized that by 2025 that was going to be an insult. I cannot hold out for long, but the four will not soon forget the day that a lone Corvette obliterated half of Battle Group 7, Western Arm. We're getting closer, and I have learned much, but you must search even deeper underground. There are unstable magma intrusions in the geothermal shafts under the Citadel. I can't pinpoint a safe shaft, but we'll have to take a chance and drop you down one. Let's hope this world's secrets are hidden in its bowels. Boomer, such a sacred term. This is a stupid name. He shouldn't have named his ship Boomer. Oh my dear God! All right, 1, 2, 1. Okay. As this shotgun is largely trash, I'm gonna try to use up some rounds for it. I don't think the 4 are down here. I think this is pretty much just the territory of these Bagoldies. That doesn't appear to go anywhere, so looks like I'm going the wrong way. Alright, we've started at the very bottom. Robot to Bobot, banana, fana, fobot, me, my, mobot, robot. That took entirely too long for me to remember. For a moment, it looked like you were just having a stroke at the keyboard. So, I mean, it's fine. Everything's fine. But for a brief moment there, I was like, is she okay? What the fuck are we doing? Okay, it looks like what I'm supposed to do here is jump over there. And I don't like that at all, but it's what I'm gonna do. Oh, 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 oh. Okay, I survived. I'm not ending the stream. I know it looks like I'm ending the stream, but I'm not. We're going to do one last thing that's a little different from what we usually do here, but again, we did our eggnog, and so I'm in the holiday spirit, and so I wanted to do one more thing. So stick with me. I will be right back. All right, I'm back. So, the Nye guy is probably aware of this, but a lot of people out there might not be. So, for their education, I thought I would let you know that there is an old Christmas tradition in the British Isles. Oh, you love Christmas, Aki, isn't he cute with his little Santa hat on? And that tradition is you must have a ghost story at Christmas. And to that end, I have acquired this little book here, The Ghost Stories of M.R. James, which is full of a selection of Mr. James's finest short stories. Uh, Montague Rhodes James was a provost at King's College. He studied at Eton. He was an antiquarian, and he liked to write ghost stories. And it started off as a tradition that every Christmas Eve he would have a few friends and he would read them a ghost story, and the tradition grew and grew and grew to the point where he would do readings in front of groups of students and that sort of thing. Um, I first encountered these in a series called A Ghost Story at Christmas with Christopher Lee. And I think that's a fantastic series to have a look at on YouTube if you've got a bit of time. Nye Guy, would you do me the honors of changing the stream category to just chatting and perhaps change the stream title to A Ghost Story for Christmas? I've got myself a nice glass of Drambuie here, and I'm literally going to sit down and read you all the story. And I think the best possible story I could select, my personal favorite, expecting Pat to come back dressed as Santa. I perhaps one day, but no, not this time. Um, no, our Christmases are a tad darker, I'm afraid. Sorry, could you repeat that? My Wi-Fi shit itself. Oh, I was wondering if you could change the stream title to A Ghost Story for Christmas and change the stream category to just chatting. But from the works of M.R. James, there's a little tale that I've grown quite fond of. It's called simply The Ash Tree. Everyone who has traveled... good, great start. Take it again. There's one particular story from Mr. M.R. James. Mr. M.R. James? From Mr. James? From James. The Ash Tree. Everyone who has traveled over eastern England knows the smaller country houses with which it is studded. The rather dank little buildings, usually in the Italian style, surrounded with parks of some 80 to 100 acres. For me, they have always had a very strong attraction, with the grey paling of split oak, the noble trees, the meres and their reed beds, and the line of distant woods. Then I liked the pillared portico, perhaps stuck on to a red brick Queen Anne house, which has been faced with stucco to bring it into line with the Grecian tastes of the end of the 18th century. The hall inside, going up to the roof, which hall ought always to be provided with a gallery and a small organ. I like the library, too, where you may find anything from a psalter of 13th century to a Shakespeare quarto. I like the pictures, of course, and perhaps most of all, I like fancying what life in such a house was when it was first built, and in the piping times of landlord's prosperity, and not least now, when, if money is not so plentiful, taste is more varied, and life quite as interesting. I wish to have one of these houses, and enough money to keep it together, and entertain my friends in it modestly. The ass tree? How dare you? Sounds like a cracking tree. It's the best kind. If it ain't ash, it's trash. You know what they say. But this is a digression. But this is a digression. I have to tell you of a curious series of events which happened in such a house as I have tried to describe. It is Castringham Hall in Suffolk. I think a good deal has been done to the buildings since the period of my story, but the essential features I have sketched are. Page is really that thick. Oh my god, that's a thick page. I thought it was two together. No, man, that's solid. But the essential features I have sketched are still there. Italian portico, square block of white house, older inside than out, park with fringe of woods and mere. The one feature that marked out this house from a score of others is gone. As you looked at it from the park, you saw on the right a great old ash tree growing within a half a dozen yards of the wall, and almost or quite touching the building with its branches. I suppose it had stood there ever since Castringham ceased to be a fortified place, and since the moat was filled in with the Elizabethan dwelling house built. Filled in and the Elizabethan dwelling house built. At any rate, it had well nigh attained its full dimensions in the year 1690. In that year, the district in which the hall is situated was the scene of a number of witch trials. It will be long, I think, before we arrive at a just estimate of the amount of solid reason, if there was any, which lay at the root of the universal fear of witches in old times. Whether the persons accused of this offense really did imagine that they were possessed of unusual power of any kind, or whether they had the will, at least, if not the power, of doing mischief to their neighbors, or whether all the confessions, of which there were so many, were extorted by the mere cruelty of the witch-finders. These are questions which are not, I fancy, yet resolved. And the present narrative gives me pause. I cannot altogether sweep it away as mere invention. The reader must judge for himself. Had to restart your PC? Well, I'm terribly sorry. But you haven't missed much, thankfully. Mr. James, M.R. James has a lovely meandering style that feels like an actual person is sitting down and telling you a tale from their memory. I really, really like the way that it sort of meanders about. Castringham contributed a victim to the auto da fe. Mrs. Mothersole was her name, and she differed from the ordinary run-of-village witches only in being rather better off and in a more influential position. Efforts were made to save her by several reputable farmers of the parish. They did their best to testify to her character and showed considerable anxiety as to the verdict of the jury. But what seems to have been fatal to the woman was the evidence of the then proprietor of Castringham Hall, Sir Matthew Fell. He deposed to having watched her on 3 different occasions from his window at the full of the moon, gathering branches from the ash tree near my house. In quotes. She had climbed into the branches, clad only in her shift, and was cutting off small twigs with a peculiarly curved knife, and as she did so, she seemed to be talking to herself. On each occasion, Sir Matthew had done his best to capture the woman, but she had always taken alarm at some accidental noise he had made, and all he could see when he got down to the garden was a hare running across the path in the direction of the village, a hare being a rabbit. In her shift, in her dressing gown, in her a nightgown. Yes, thank you, Nye Guy. In her shift. I may need to provide some slight translation for some of the old terminology in this, of which I've done a bit of study, so perhaps I am quite the man that you are meant to be hearing this story from. But if you have further questions and aren't just being a sarcastic ass, just let me know. I can never quite tell with you, Indigo, whether you're being playful or whether you're genuinely like, wait, did you just say in her shit? But anyway, on the 3rd night, he had been at the pains to follow at his best speed and had gone straight to Mrs. Mothersole's house. But he had had to wait a quarter of an hour, battering at her door, and then she had come out very cross and apparently very sleepy, as if just out of bed, and he had no good explanation to offer for his visit. Mainly on this evidence, though, there was much more of a less striking and unusual kind from other parishioners. Mrs. Mothersole was found guilty and condemned to die. She was hanged a week after the trial, with 5 or 6 more unhappy creatures, at Bury St. Edmunds. Sir Matthew Fell, then deputy sheriff, was present at the execution. It was a damp, drizzly March morning when the cart made its way up the rough grass hill outside Northgate, where the gallows stood. The other victims were apathetic or broken down with misery, but Mrs. Mothersole was, as in life, so in death, of a very different temper. Her, quote, poisonous rage, as a reporter of the time puts it, did so work upon the bystanders, yea, even upon the hangman, that it was constantly affirmed of all that saw her that she presented the living aspect of a mad devil. Yet she offered no resistance to the officers of the law, only she looked upon those that laid hands upon her with so direful and venomous an aspect that, as of them afterwards assured me, the mere thought of it preyed inwardly upon his mind for 6 months after. However, all that she is reported to have said was the seemingly meaningless words, "There will be guests at the hall," which she repeated more than once in an undertone. And why wouldn't she be angry? Yeah, I suppose. Also a great read. Oh, well, thank you. I'm trying to put as much. I'm. 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 What's the word I'm looking for? I'm channeling Christopher Lee here. His reading of it is really quite good, and honestly, so is Robert Powell. There's a set of these by Robert Powell from like the 1970s or something, and they're wonderful. I literally kept them on my phone. I fell asleep to them sometimes. I'm a huge fan. So a wee dram of the boo, but a drambuie to fortify us for the terrifying events that should come to pass. Um, Sir Matthew Fell was not unimpressed by the bearing of the woman. He had some talk upon the matter with the vicar of his parish, with whom he travelled home after the assize business was over. His evidence at the trial had not been very willingly given. He was not specially infected with the witch-finding mania, but he declared then and afterwards that he could not give any other account of the matter than that which he had given, and that he could not possibly have been mistaken as to what he saw. The whole transaction had been repugnant to him, for he was a man who liked to be on pleasant terms with those about him, but he saw a duty to be done in his business, and he had done it. That seems to have been the gist of his sentiments, and the vicar applauded it, as any reasonable man must have done. A few weeks after, when the moon of May was at the full, vicar and squire met again in the park, and walked to the hall together. Lady Fell was with her mother, who was dangerously ill, and Sir Matthew was alone at home, so the vicar, Mr. Crome, was easily persuaded to take a late supper at the hall. So Sir Matthew was not very good company this evening. The talk ran chiefly on family and parish matters, and as luck would have it, Sir Matthew made a memorandum in writing of certain wishes or intentions of his regarding his estates, which afterwards proved exceedingly useful. Supper is a wonderful term. And go, I could just see you just biting your teeth at the whole concept of a witch trial. I completely understand. Oh, how dare you be a woman and not married and treated like property? It must have been an awful time. So I sympathize. Hmm. When Mr. Crome thought of starting for home about 9:30, Sir Matthew and he took a preliminary turn of the gravelled walk at the back of the house. The only incident that struck Mr. Crome was this. They were in sight of the ash tree, which I described as growing near the windows of the building, when Sir Matthew stopped and said, "What is that runs up and down the stem of the ash? It is never a squirrel. They will all be in their nests by now." The vicar looked and saw the moving creature, but he could make nothing of its color in the moonlight. The sharp outline, however, seen for an instant, was imprinted on his brain, and he could have sworn, he said, though it sounded foolish, that, squirrel or not, it had more than 4 legs. Still, not much was to be made of the momentary vision, and the two men parted. They may have met since then, but it was not for a score of years. Next day, Sir Matthew Fell was not downstairs at 6 in the morning, as was his custom, nor at 7, nor yet at 8. Hereupon the servants went and knocked at his chamber door. I need not prolong the description of their anxious listenings and renewed batterings on the panels. The door was opened at last from the outside, and they found their master dead and black. So much you have guessed that there were any marks of violence did not at the moment appear, but the window was open. One of the men went to fetch the parson, and then, by his directions, rode on to give notice to the coroner. Mr. Crome himself went as quick as he might to the hall, and was shown to the room where the dead man lay. He has left some notes among his papers which show how genuine a respect and sorrow was felt for Sir Matthew, and there is also this passage, which I transcribe for the sake of the light it throws upon the course of events, and also upon the common beliefs of the time. Quote, "There was not any the least trace of entrance having been forced to the chamber, but the casement stood open, as my poor friend would always have it in this season. He had his evening drink of small ale in a silver vessel of about a pint measure, and tonight had not drunk it out. The drink was examined by the physician from Bury, Mr. Hodgkins, who could not, however, as he afterwards declared upon his oath, before the coroner's quest, discover that any manner of venomous kind was present in it. For, as was natural, in the great swelling and blackness of the corpse, there was talk made among the neighbors of poison. The body was very much disordered, as it laid in the bed, being twisted after so extreme a sort as it gave too probable conjecture that my worthy friend and patron had expired in great pain and agony. And what is as yet unexplained, and to myself the argument of some horrid and artful design in the perpetrators of this barbarous murder, was this, that the women which were entrusted with the laying out of the corpse and washing it, being both solid parsons and very well respected in their mournful profession, came to me with a great pain and distress, both of mind and body, saying, what was indeed confirmed upon the first view, that they had no sooner touched the breast of the corpse with their naked hands than they were sensible of a more than ordinary violent smart and aching in their palms, which, with their whole forearms, in no long time swelled so immoderately, the pain still continuing, that, as afterwards proved, during many weeks they were forced to lay by the exercise of their calling, and yet no mark seen on the skin. I love this description. The idea that these two ladies who were asked, that these two ladies were their job was to handle the corpse and bring it to the coroner's place and to properly dress it and set it up for burial and everything. Just by touching it, their arms swelled up and caused them immense pain. That's such a fantastic description. Upon hearing this, I sent for the physician, who was still in the house, and we made as careful a proof as we were able, by the help of a small magnifying lens of crystal, of the condition of the skin and this part of the body, but could not detect with the instrument we had any matter of importance beyond a couple of small punctures or pricks, which was then concluded were spots by which the poison might be introduced, remembering that ring of Pope Borgia with other known specimens of the horrid art of the Italian poisoners of the last age. So much is to be said of the symptoms seen of the corpse. As to what I am to add, it is merely my own experiment, and to be left to posterity to judge whether there be anything of value therein. There was on the table by the bedside a Bible, of the small size, in which my friend, punctual as in matters of less moment, so in those more weighty one, used nightly, and upon his first rising, to read a set portion. And I, taking it up, not without a tear, duly paid to him, which from the study of this poorer adumbration, that's a fun word, adumbration, was now passed to the contemplation of its great original. It came into my thoughts, as at such moments of helplessness we are prone to catch at the least glimmer that makes promise of light, to make trial of that old and by many accounted superstitious practice of drawing the sortes, of which a principal instance, in the case of his late sacred majesty, the blessed martyr King Charles, and my Lord Falkland, was now much talked of. I must needs admit that my trial not much assistance was afforded me. Yet, as the cause of the origin of these dreadful events may hereafter be searched out, I set down the results, in the case it may be found that they pointed to the true quarter of the mischief to a quicker intelligence than my own. I made then 3 trials, opening the book and placing my finger upon certain words, which gave in the first, and this is fun. It's fascinating how language has changed over time. I understand this perfectly, but my brain is still translating it for me. Essentially, what he's saying is, I found a Bible that my friend kept at his bedside, and before bed each night, he would read a portion, and when he rose each morning, he would read a portion. This was his Bible. This was important to him. It was personal. And so I took practice of drawing the sortes, which is an old practice which some people may know as bibliomancy. And his idea was to open the book to a random place and place his finger upon a piece of text, and then read that text, that it might give insight into what had happened to the man to whom it had belonged. This is magic, and yet these are good Christian folk. I think that's very interesting, and the fact that we have bibliomancy, specifically drawing the sortes from the Bible, is a very fun, what's the word that you use, Indigo? Syncretism of the 2 types of faith that were native to this region. We had pagans in the British Isles, but we also had Christians, and they did not convert immediately. There was a slow change from one to the other, and so some of those practices really did stick around. And like you said, there's a lot of Christian mysticism, and I think that's because Christianity converted so many different types of people and picked up little things from each of those people's practices. I made then 3 trials, opening the book and placing my finger upon certain words, which gave in the first these words, from Luke 13:7, cut it down. In the second, Isaiah 13:20, it shall never be inhabited. And upon the third experiment, Job 39:30, her young ones also suck up blood. This is all that need be quoted from Mr. Crome's papers. Sir Matthew Fell was duly coffined and laid into the earth, and his funeral sermon, preached by Mr. Crome on the following Sunday, has been printed under the title of The Unsearchable Way, or England's Danger and the Malicious Dealings of the Antichrist. It being the vicar's view, as well as that most commonly held in the neighborhood, that the squire was the victim of a recrudescence of the popish plot. His son, Sir Matthew II, succeeded to the title and the estates, and so ends the first act of the Castringham tragedy. It is to be mentioned, though, that the fact is not surprising, that the new baronet did not occupy the room in which his father had died, nor indeed was it slept in by anyone but an occasional visitor during the whole of its occupation. He died in 1735, and I do not find that anything particular marked his reign, save a curiously constant mortality among his cattle and livestock in general, which showed a tendency to increase slightly as time went on. Those who are interested in the details will find a statistical account in a letter of the Gentleman's Magazine of 1772, which draws the facts from the baronet's own papers. He put an end to it at last by a very simple expedient, that of shutting up his beasts in sheds at night and keeping no sheep in his park, for he had noticed that nothing was ever attacked that spent the night indoors. After that, the disorder confined itself to wild birds and beasts of chase. But as we have no good account of the symptoms, and as all night watching was quite unproductive of any clue, I do not dwell on what the Suffolk farmers called the Castringham sickness. Oh, if my dad died and was bloated and blackened, a corpse in the bed, you couldn't convince me to sleep in the same house, let alone the same room. Madness. The second Sir Matthew died in 1735, as I said, and was duly succeeded by his son, Sir Richard. It was in his time that the great family pew was built out on the north side of the parish church. So large were the squire's ideas that several of the graves on the hallowed side of the building had to be disturbed to satisfy his requirements. Among them was that of Mrs. Mothersole, the position of which was accurately known thanks to a note on a plan of the churchyard, both made by Mr. Crome. A certain amount of interest was excited in the village when it was known that the famous witch, who was still remembered by a few, was to be exhumed, and that feeling of surprise and indeed disquiet was very strong when it was found that, though her coffin was fairly sound and unbroken, there was no trace whatever inside it of a body, bones, or dust. Indeed, it is a curious phenomenon, for at the time of her burying, no such things were dreamt of as resurrection men. Those are people who used to pick bodies out to sell to medical students and artists because it wasn't legal for you to have those things at the time, and yet you needed them to study your trade. Resurrection men, they called them. Body snatchers, yes. Um, and it's difficult to conceive any rational motive for stealing a body otherwise than for the uses of the dissecting room. The incident revived for a time all the stories of witch trials and of the exploits of the witches dormant for 40 years. And Sir Richard's orders that the coffin should be burnt were thought by a good many to be rather foolhardy, though they were duly carried out. Yes, her body being missing would be most troubling to the locals, I would imagine. Sir Richard was a pestilent innovator, it is certain. Before his time, the hall had been a fine block of the mellowest red brick, but Sir Richard had travelled in Italy and become infected with the Italian taste, and having more money than his predecessors, he determined to leave an Italian palace where he had found an English house. So stucco and ashlar masked the brick. Some indifferent Roman marbles were planted about the entrance hall and gardens. A reproduction of Sibyl's temple at Tivoli was erected on the opposite bank of the mere. And Castringham took an entirely new and, I must say, a less engaging aspect. But it was much admired and served as a model to a good many of the neighboring gentry in after years. One morning, it was in 1754, Sir Richard woke after a night of discomfort. It had been windy and his chimney had smoked persistently, and yet it was so cold that he must keep a fire. Also, something had so rattled about the window that no man could get a moment's peace. Further, there was the prospect of several guests of position arriving in the course of the day, who would expect sport of some kind, and the inroads of the distemper, which continued among his game, had been lately so serious that he was afraid of for his reputation as a game preserver. But what really touched him was the other matter of his sleepless night. He could certainly not sleep in that room again. What's up, man? What you reading? I am reading The Ash Tree by M.R. James. I just thought it would be a fun way to close out the stream, to do a Christmas ghost story. We did a nut a nutmeg? No, we did an eggnog taste test earlier. 6 different eggnogs, compared and contrasted, and we've been playing an old game that it's not a Christmas game 'cause Christmas games suck, but I'm playing an old game, and and it's just sort of nostalgic for me. It's a game I played a lot as a kid, so you know, feeling cheerful, having a glass of drambuie, and reading a Christmas ghost story, as the old tradition dictates. Just thought it would be a bit of fun, and I'm glad that you came in for the end of it. Let's see here. That was the chief subject of his meditations at breakfast, and after it he began a systematic examination of the rooms to see which would suit his notions best. It was long before he found one. This had a window with an eastern aspect, and that with a northern. This door the servants would be always passing, and he did not like the bedstead in that. No, he must have a room with a western lookout, so that the sun could not wake him early, and it must be out of the way of the business of the house. The housekeeper was on the end of her resources. "Well, Sir Richard," she said, "you know that there is but one room like that in the house." "Which may that be?" said Sir Richard. "And that is Sir Matthew's, the west chamber." "Well, put me in there, for there I'll lie tonight," said her master. "Which way is it? Here, to be sure," and he hurried himself off. "Oh, Sir Richard, but no one has slept there these 40 years. The air has hardly changed since Sir Matthew died there." Thus she spoke, and rustled after him. "Come, open the door, Mrs. Chiddock. I'll see the chamber at least." So it was opened, and indeed the smell was very close and earthy. Sir Richard crossed to the window and impatiently, as was his wont, threw the shutters back and flung open the casement. For this end of the house was one which the alterations had barely touched, grown up as it was with the great ash tree, and being otherwise concealed from view. Air it, Mrs. Chiddock, all today, and move my bed furniture in the afternoon. Put the Bishop of Kilmore in my old room. Pray, sir, said a new voice. Oh, sorry, there's a different character. Pray, sir, said a new voice, breaking in on his speech, might I have the favor of a moment's interview? Sir Richard turned round and saw a man in black in the doorway, who bowed. I must ask your indulgence for this intrusion, Sir Richard. You will perhaps hardly remember me. My name is William Crome. My grandfather was vicar here in your grandfather's time. Well, sir, said Sir Richard, the name of Crome is always a passport to Castringham. I am glad to renew a friendship of 2 generations' standing. And what can I serve you? For your hour of calling, and if I do not mistake you, your bearing, shows you to be in some haste. That is more than the truth, sir. I am riding from Norwich to Bury St. Edmunds with what haste I can make, and I have called in on my way to leave you some papers which we have just come upon in looking over my grandfather left at his death. It is thought you may find some matters of family interest in them. You are mighty obliging, Mr. Crome, and if you will be so good as to follow me to the parlor and drink a glass of wine, we will take a first look at these same papers together. And you, Mrs. Chiddock, as I said, be about airing this chamber. Yes, it is here my grandfather died. Yes, the tree perhaps does make the place a little dampish. No, I do not wish to listen to any more. Make no difficulties, I beg. You have your orders. Go. Will you follow me, sir? They went to the study. The packet which young Mr. Crome had brought, he was then just become a fellow of Clare Hall in Cambridge, I may say, and subsequently brought out a respectable edition of Pollianus, contained, among other things, the notes which the old vicar had made upon the occasion of Sir Matthew Fell's death. And for the first time, Sir Richard was confronted with the enigmatical sortes biblicae, which you have heard. They amused him a good deal. The parlor is where all the fun happens. Oh, yes. Fireplace, a good glass of claret, rich tobaccos to be smoked. Certainly. Well, he said, my grandfather's Bible gave one prudent piece of advice. Cut it down. If that stands for the ash tree, he may rest assured I shall not neglect it. Such a nest of catarrhs and agues was never seen. I had to look up catarrhs and agues because I didn't know what the fuck it was. But basically, it's just like little gross, knobbly bits, and it implies that somebody's diseased. If you have catarrhs and agues on your skin, you're pocked. You're gross. And so he's just saying the trees, that old ash tree's looking pretty fucking nasty. The parlor contained the family books, which, pending the arrival of a collection which Sir Richard had made in Italy, and the building of a proper room to receive them, were not many in number. Sir Richard looked up from the paper to the bookcase. I wonder, says he, whether the old prophet is there yet. I fancy I see him. Crossing the room, he took out a dumpy Bible, which sure enough bore on the flyleaf the inscription, To Matthew Fell, from his loving godmother, Anne Aldous, 2nd September, 1659. It would be no bad plan to test him again, Mr. Crome. I will wager we get a couple of names in the chronicles. What have we here? Thou shalt seek me in the morning, and I shall not be. Well, well, your grandfather would have made a fine omen of that, eh? No more profits for me. They're all in a tale. And now, Mr. Crome, I am infinitely obliged to you for your packet. You will, I fear, be impatient to get on. Pray, allow me. Another glass? A dumpy Bible. It was just a little dumpy thing. It certainly wasn't fancy. It was very humble. So, with offers of hospitality, which were genuinely meant, for Sir Richard thought well of the young man's address and manner, they parted. In the afternoon came the guests, the Bishop of Kilmore, Lady Mary Hervey, Sir William Kentfield, etc. Dinner at 5, wine, cards, supper, and dispersal to bed. Goes perfectly with the ash tree. This Bible's got a real nice dumpy. Ah, God, I hate that. Next morning, Sir Richard is disinclined to take his gun to with the rest. He talks with the Bishop of Kilmore. This prelate, unlike a good many of the Irish bishops of his day, had visited his see and indeed resided there for some considerable time. This morning, as the two were walking along the terrace and talking over the alterations and improvements in the house, the bishop said, pointing to the window of the west room, You could never get one of my Irish flock to occupy that room, Sir Richard. Why is that, my lord? It is in fact my room. Well, our Irish peasantry will always have it there that it brings the worst of luck to sleep near an ash tree. You have a fine growth of ash not 2 yards from your chamber window. Perhaps the bishop went on. Perhaps, the bishop went on with a smile, it has given you a touch of its quality already. You do not seem, if I may say so, much the fresher for your night's rest, as your friends would like to see you. I, I'm I'm having a hell of a time with that character, the way he talks. We'll try that again, and I'll try to, because he says he's from Ireland. He traveled to Ireland, but he's not Irish himself. So I'm in a little bit of trouble figuring out what this guy's accent should be. Uh, well, our Irish peasantry will always have it that it brings the worst of luck to sleep near an ash tree, and you have a fine growth of ash not 2 yards from your chamber window. Perhaps the bishop went on with a smile. It has given you a touch of its quality already, for you do not seem, if I may say it, so much the fresher for your night's rest, as your friends would like to see you. That or something else, it is true, cost me my sleep from 12 to 4, my lord. But the tree is to come down tomorrow, so I shall not hear much more from it. Texan? I don't fucking know. He went. Most stately gentleman. I don't know what I was doing there. He's a bit mad. What can I tell you? I applaud your determination. It can hardly be wholesome to have the air you breathe strained, as it were, through all that leafage. Your lordship is right there, I think, but I had not my window open last night. It was rather the noise that went on, no doubt from the twigs sweeping the glass, that kept me open-eyed. I think that can hardly be, Sir Richard. Here, you see it from this point. None of these nearest branches even can touch your casement, unless there were a gale, and there was none of that last night. They missed the panes by a foot. No, sir. What then will it be, I wonder, that's scratched and rustled so, and covered the dust on my sill with lines and marks? At last they agreed that the rats must have come up through the ivy. That was the bishop's idea, and Sir Richard jumped at it. I heard a Brennan Gleeson twinge there. Very nice. I think it was a bit shit, to be honest with you. I'm sorry. Wasn't really sure what I was doing there. I was like Brendan Gleeson when he's pretending to be English in 28 Days Later. Like that was fucked. I was going for the guy who comes in to Blackadder just before he's about to be executed in Blackadder Goes Forth and tells him he's got some gentlemen to see him, and it's just his firing squad who wants to say hi. But he's got a very odd accent, and I don't know where he's from. So that's the guy I was going for. Um, So the day passed quietly, and night came, and the party dispersed to their rooms and wished Sir Richard a better night. And now we are in his bedroom, with the light out and the squire in bed. The room is over the kitchen, and the night outside still and warm, so the window stands open. There is very little light about the bedstead, but there is a strange movement there. It seems as if Sir Richard were moving his head rapidly to and fro, with only the slightest possible sound. And now you would guess, so deceptive is the half-darkness, that he had several heads, round and brownish, which move back and forward, even as low as his chest. It is a horrible illusion. Is it nothing more? There, something drops off the bed with a soft plump like a kitten, and is out of the window in a flash. Another. 4. And after that, there is quiet again. Thou shalt seek me in the morning, and I shall not be. As with Sir Matthew, so with Sir Richard. Dead and black in his bed. A pale and silent party of guests and servants gathered under the window when the news was known. Italian poisoners, popish emissaries, infected air, all these and more guesses were hazarded, and the Bishop of Kilmore looked at the tree, in the fork of whose lower boughs a white tomcat was crouching, looking down the hollow, which years had gnawed in the trunk. It was watching something inside the tree with great interest. Suddenly it got up and craned over the hole. Then a bit of the edge on which it stood gave way, and it went slithering in. Everyone looked up at the noise of the fall. It is known to most of us that a cat can cry, but few of us have heard, I hope, such a yell as came out of the trunk of the great ash. 2 or 3 screams there were, the witnesses are not sure which, and then a slight and muffled noise of some commotion or struggling was all that came. But Lady Mary Hervey fainted outright, and the housekeeper stopped her ears and fled till she fell on the terrace. The Bishop of Kilmore and Sir William Kentfield stayed, yet even they were daunted, though it was only at the cry of a cat, and Sir William swallowed once or twice before he could say, "There is something more than we know of in that tree, my lord. I am for an instant search." And this was agreed upon, and a ladder was brought, and one of the gardeners went up, and, looking down the hollow, could detect nothing but a few dim indications of something moving. They got a lantern, and let it down by a rope. "We must get at the bottom of this, my life upon it, my lord. But the secret of these terrible deaths is in there." Up went the gardener again with the lantern, and let it down the hole cautiously. They saw the yellow light upon his face as he bent over, and saw his face struck with an incredulous terror and loathing before he cried out in a dreadful voice, and fell back from the ladder, where happily he was caught by 2 of the men, letting the lantern fall inside the tree. He was in a dead faint, and it was some time before any word would be got out of him. By then they had something else to look at. The lantern must have broken at the bottom, and the light in it caught upon dry leaves and rubbish that lay there, for in a few minutes a dense smoke began to come up, and then flame, and to be short, the tree was in a blaze. The bystanders made a ring at some yards' distance, and Sir William and the bishop sent men to get what weapons and tools they could, for clearly whatever might be using the tree as its lair would be forced out by the fire. So it was. First at the fork, they saw a round body covered with fire, the size of a man's head, appear very suddenly, then seem to collapse and fall back. This 5 or 6 times. Then a similar ball leapt into the air and fell on the grass, where after a moment it lay still. The bishop went as near as he dared to it, and saw what but the remains of an enormous spider, veinous and seared. And as the fire burned lower down, more terrible bodies like this began to break out from the trunk, and it was seen that these were covered with grayish hair. All that day the ash burned, and until it fell to pieces the men stood about it, and from time to time killed the brutes as they darted out. At last there was a long interval when none appeared, and they cautiously closed in and examined the roots of the tree. They found, says the Bishop of Kilmore, below it a rounded hollow place in the earth, where 2 or 3 bodies of these creatures that had plainly been smothered by smoke, and, what is to me more curious, at the side of this den, against the wall, was crouching the anatomy of a skeleton of a human being, with the skin dried upon the bones, having some remains of black hair, which was pronounced by those that examined it to be undoubtedly the body of a woman, and clearly dead for a period of 50 years. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was The Ash Tree by M.R. James. Montague Rhodes James. Montague Rhodes James. I love that story, and it is not the only banger in this list of hits. I've been wanting to read this to you since Halloween, but then I said to myself, no, it's a Christmas ghost story, and so I'm going to do it at Christmas time. And so I waited until this Sunday when I was doing my nonsensical eggnog tasting to read the whole thing to you. So do the mezzotint. Do the mezzotint. Do, well, I will leave it to you. Do you want another story, everybody? Because I would be perfectly happy to tell one, but I'm sure that you all have places to be, things to do, friends to be seen in this holiday season, and I don't wish to keep you a minute longer than you would like. But if you're interested, I do have another favorite tale from this book, known simply as The Mezzotint. But as I said, I know everybody's got stuff going on. It's the holiday. I completely understand if you've got other stuff to do. Aki, did you like that story? Did you like the part at the end with the skeleton lady? Perhaps we found a suitable mate? It seems like just about everybody is silent at this point. It might be best to call it a night. I do have to go, unfortunately, but I hope you have an excellent time. I honestly, I think it's 5:30. I started this thing closing it on noon, so we've been doing this for 5.5 hours. And if I'm being honest with you, my voice is starting to give. So I think I think we will call it there. Um, does anybody have the energy in them to raid out with me? Because I would very much like to check and see who's streaming and who we might raid. And if you could all just say hi when we raid to get an idea. Oh, well, you know what's funny is the only person that I follow who is currently um what? It's Germa. It's Germa drinking fine vintage WWF Rage in the Cage is what his stream is titled. And there are 4,000 people in it. So I don't think I'm really going to make a drop in that ocean, but if you have a hankering to watch some Germa, then by all means do so. In the meantime, I shall say thank you very much for joining me. I hope that you enjoyed the show. I genuinely wish you the very best of holidays. Um, it, as you know, I'm not very fond of the state of the world right now. Uh, but you know what? In the darkest of times, that's when we need our holiday celebrations the most. And so I would say go out there, show love, show care, show compassion, so show appreciation to your families, friends, and loved ones, and make this holiday shine far brighter than the absolute shit show the rest of this year has been. And with that message, I bid you good night and good luck.